seated.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a pleasant evening. You're ready to go through the day. Remember, we are going to take a lunch break. I will give you breaks throughout the day as we need it. We anticipate going through till about 5:30. Make sure to let me know if there's anything that you need. All right. State, are you ready to call your next witness?
Judge, we are. At this time, we're going to, based on a previous hearing we've had, where the court admitted the video interviews that the defendant gave at the Bear County Jail, at this time we'd like to publish one of those. And we'll start with State's Exhibit number 369.
Is that 369 or 369A?
This is 369.
Okay.
How you doing, sir? I'm Marvin Hirsch with Kansas TV. So, we've got 20 minutes to talk to you, and I wanted to just dive straight off into it. So, tell me, you're gonna reply. From me? You need me to bag or that? Yeah. Okay. How about now? That's so good. That's fine? Okay. Go ahead. That's what we did last time. So, it works. Okay, so Otis, take me back to the morning of November 20th. What made you snap that day?
Sir, we're gonna have a difficult time communicating if we cannot talk about anything other than this case.
I'm sorry?
We're gonna have a hard time communicating if we cannot talk about anything other than this case. I refuse to talk about this case or what happened on those days.
Okay.
You know, so the only reason why I agreed to talk to you guys is for help to understand what I'm going through.
Well, that's the whole point of the questioning is, you know, you follow the line of the questioning and we kind of get an understanding or try to get an understanding of what you're going through. So in order for us to know what you're going through, we had to know what your mindset was like on that morning. What happened that morning?
Like I said, sir, I refuse to talk about where I was and why they put me in this situation. So like I said, I really talked to media to show my side of the story. The day they arrested me, they didn't tell me why they arrested me. They shot at us and took us to jail. That's the only thing I want to talk about that day or the day before. The reason why I agreed to talk to you guys is to tell you guys that my whole life people been using my avatar, my character, this person that I live in this jail cell. They been in 2005, 2006. Somebody used my ID to get out of some traffic tickets.
Okay.
In 2007, I went to jail for a whole week for no reason.
So you're telling me that you did or did not shoot Benjamin Marconi because that day when they arrested you, and you were in handcuffs, and they were walking you out of police headquarters, you said that you did it because you were going through some custody situations, and you took it out on somebody, and you didn't mean to do that. That's what you said.
So whatever they have on film or documentation, I can't speak on. Like I said, the only thing I could tell you is that my character always been demonized, put in a situation where I look like the bad guy. I look like the suspect. In 2007, I went to jail for a whole week for no reason. In 2012,
Otis, you're telling me that you are not the person who is responsible for shooting Benjamin Marconi?
what I'm telling you is, sir,
There's video of you. There's your own admission that you did it. And then you want me to come in here and hear your story about victimization. I mean, the victim in this case is a guy who's dead. You're alive. So help me understand it here.
I'm trying, but what I'm going through and what I say on camera can be used in court. So I'm not going to say anything to hurt myself or put myself in a situation that people already think. So one thing I can do now is tell you guys what happened before the situation. Why are people using me as this scapegoat to be in this situation?
So you are saying that then you're innocent of what you're being accused of? Are you innocent?
What I'm saying, if I say if I'm guilty, if I don't say that I'm innocent, they could hurt my case because I don't know what's around this corner. What I'm telling you is, in 2012, I was put in I had several cases where I was put in a situation that I was not even there at all. This is the third situation. I'm not going to disagree or agree because I have to go to court for this, sir. I have to go to court for this, sir. My life is on the line. I refuse to put myself in a situation that I'm already in.
Well, Otis, I don't want to come across as heartless, but many people would say you should have thought about that before you pulled the trigger, and shot that detective 2 times in the head. And, to come to me with a victimization speech, as I believe that you are, and you're trying to protect your case, is almost a further insult to the man that you're accused of killing. Mm-hmm. So, you're talking about custody cases. Was it a custody case that made you snap that morning and shoot the police officer? That's what I know.
I know that since 2012, I'm making police reports to see my son with the police in my face, in front of my son's mother's home, and they did nothing about it. Over 6 times this didn't happen.
So you're telling me that you were angry with police about the custody situation?
Did you know my son's mother works for the police department?
Yeah.
Yeah. She been interviewed by one of you stations. She won police dispatcher of the year in 2012.
Right. So what does that have to do with the murder of Benjamin Marconi? Because you're talking about 2012, I'm talking about 2016.
What I'm saying is, all of these situations put me in my bond was $1 million. When my son's mother found out what happened, they raised it to $2 million for some reason.
A lot of people want to know why. I think that's the primary question, is why and how you could do something. Like, were you looking for somebody to kill, or did it just have to be a police officer that morning? There's video of you going to police headquarters that morning.
Sure. Like I said, before I started this conversation, I said we're going to have a hard time communicating because I refuse to talk about this case.
Well, I'm going to communicate
and I understand as an American And as a person of this society, you guys want answers. The public want answers. The city wants to know why. I want to know why myself. I want to know why people overlook my situation and put me straight to a situation where I'm demonized as a killer or a cop killer or whatever this situation put me in.
Are you a cop killer?
I'm not going to talk about anything to do with my case, sir.
But are you saying people demonize you? If you're not a cop killer, then you're innocent, right?
Only thing I can tell you is my side of the story and let you judge me.
So that is it. Are you innocent or are you not? Did you or did you not shoot him? It is a yes or no answer.
All I know is I'm in handcuffs for a capital murder charge. Whether the media, the civilians, or the police department think I did it or not, it's out of my hands.
Well, after you killed him, or allegedly killed him, you went on to even get married. Did you realize that the whole world was looking for you?
If the whole world was looking for me, that could have been a chance to pick me up right if I was in the middle of downtown trying to get married. Don't you think?
That's my question. Like, who shoots a police officer and
You
then
get
goes
married
downtown?
downtown. Exactly, sir. You can judge me at that point. The civilians, I need the civilians, the police department, and the media to understand why would a person get married before something like that, after something like that happened, and nobody didn't take me to jail at that point. That's what I want to know. If they want me that bad then, why didn't they take me when I was in the middle of downtown?
Did you know that the police were looking for you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you see your picture on TV at all? You didn't realize that there was a manhunt for you?
Sir, all I gotta say is, if that manhunt was so tough, they should have got me then.
All right. So all of this is supposed to be over your son, right?
No, this case has nothing to do with my son at all. But what I'm saying is, since I'm being investigated for a situation, can y'all at least see my life before y'all throw away the key? Because obviously somebody wants me gone. Somebody wants this person to be me to disappear. My whole life people use me as a scapegoat. My whole life the police department discard my police reports. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to call. I work every day I work. I work, sir. All I do is work. I have legal documentations to see my son. Legal. I'm supposed to see my son on documents. I have court orders. When I go to my son's mother's house to pick up my son with my papers in the police, I still leave without seeing my son, sir. So I already feel like nothing already. I'm working for a city who don't give a damn about a man who wants to see his son, first of all. I'm being falsely accused up to this point through false accusations of people putting me in a lineup for HB robbery, people using my ID people been using my ID to get out of tickets. And I paid for them tickets that wasn't even mine, sir. I went to jail for a whole week in 2007 for no reason. I was put in an HB lineup robbery in 2012, sir.
What about November 20th, 2016? That's why I'm here. I'm hearing what you're saying about your past, and you're saying that you've been falsely accused, but you're not talking about the reason that you're here, the reason that you're being held, sir, behind the capital murder charge.
I'm not, sir.
What do you think should happen to you? Do you think that you should get life or death?
I think I need to walk out this front door right now.
Because you're innocent?
Sir, whether people think I'm innocent or not,
but this is your chance, Otis. This is your chance. When you talk about being in a situation where you can't see your son, look at the situation that you're in now. How many days do you think that you're going to see him here?
I don't know, sir.
How many times do you think that he's going to be able to Google your name, and once he Googles your name, he's going to see accused cop killer?
Mm-hmm. This life put me in this situation right here. So I don't know what.
Did life do it, or did you do it?
All I know is people think I killed the cop. That's all I know, sir.
Did you?
I refuse to talk about this case, sir.
But did you?
I refuse to talk about this case.
You refuse to talk about it because the truth hurts, or the truth will incriminate you?
I refuse to talk about this case because I still have to go to trial for it, and I don't want to put myself in a situation that can hurt me.
Which doesn't mean that you did not kill him.
I'm not going to say anything about that case, sir.
I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of someone who just pulls up behind a police officer who's writing a traffic citation and shoots them twice and goes on with life like nothing ever happened. I'm trying to understand that mindset. Can you help me understand that, Otis?
Well, sir, I don't know what to tell you, man. But I know people ignore the fact that I have legal documentations to see my son. I know people ignore the fact that that really wasn't me in those lineups. I know people ignore the fact that that wasn't me in the ticket.
So if I'm
But I still get charged and accused for those too, though.
If I'm hearing you correctly, and I don't want you
What
to...
I'm saying is, whether I think I'm innocent or not, my whole life it doesn't matter. People pull my strings regardless, sir.
So someone here, you had an axe to grind with the police. That's what it
Sir,
sounds
I
like.
don't have no grudge against nobody.
That's what it sounds like.
That's why I go to work every day and got married. I'm ready to move on, sir. Sir, I don't want to say I'm innocent or not because it don't matter because I always say I'm innocent and people, I still end up getting charged or doing time for stuff that don't even have nothing to do with me. So I'm past the point of trying to prove I'm innocent or not. I'm just trying to put my faith in the Lord and my court-appointed lawyers to help me get through this situation, sir. I'm not trying to be a bad guy. I'm not a bad guy, sir. I got married, I go to work. I got married, I go to work, sir. If they thought I was that person that day, they would have took me that morning. I went like past like 10 police, sir. I had to go through the metal detector. I had to register my name inside of the system to get married. What I'm saying is, even that day, it's funny how when I got married and everybody knew I got married, they started putting my name into a situation. What I'm telling you, sir, all these situations lead up to why I can't talk about this case. Because if I say I'm innocent and if I say I'm guilty, it's going to hurt me because the situation is out of my hands. Whoever pulls my strings from this point on has nothing to do with me.
Otis, they're giving us to wrap up, so we've got to go. We've tried to give you an opportunity to answer the questions to the best of your ability. I hope that you think that the interview was fair. There are questions that needed to be asked, and you chose not to answer a whole lot of them.
Yes, sir. And I want to apologize to you, and I want to apologize to the city because I know you guys just want answers and clarity on this situation. And all I can tell you, sir, is I want answers and clarity too, sir. I want to know why I'm always put in situations where I'm at the short end of the stick.
I get you.
And all I do is work for this city.
Final question, and I gotta go. When you close your eyes at night, are you able to sleep and know that you didn't kill anybody, or do you close your eyes at night and wake up to the nightmare of murder?
I close my eyes at night knowing that I could get killed by team guards as soon as I say anything volatile. That's why I close my eyes to, sir.
Okay.
Whether or not I'm innocent at this point, man, I don't even hope the Lord protect me at this point.
Okay. Thank you. They're giving us the wrap.
All right, thank you, sir.
Your Honor, can I have break?
Yes. so I can. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have what has been identified as a document, which is a transcription of the next interview. This is provided only to you as a demonstrative to use if it helps you in any way, to help you understand what it is on the video. This is not evidence. This document is not evidence, and it's not something that you consider as evidence, only if you need to use it as you watch the course of the video. Okay? The video is obviously the evidence for you to consider. All right, you may proceed.
At this time, Your Honor, we're going to play State's Exhibit number 370 for the record.
Can you see it? Can you see it? What that?
The whole production with the whole setup, but promise will be quick. Let me know when you're ready. I'm sorry? We're with Telemundo, Channel 60, the Spanish TV station. Yeah. So like I said, we really appreciate your time. You know, it might be difficult for you, but we really appreciate it. Ready? You know, when everything happened, we went to the scene where we were told you lived. I spoke with a couple of neighbors. In fact, it was 4 of them. They all told me, I have seen him before. He looked like a nice person. He looks like a good person. I had the opportunity to speak with him once, but they don't know what happened. What happened?
I asked to talk to you because I want to talk about everything that put me towards that situation, or why put my character in that situation. That's what I was put from 2005, 2006. I had to take the traffic ticket from another person's car because they used my ID. I think I'm an ID, I don't know. In 2007, I went to jail for a whole week. And nobody explained to me why they took me in jail, and nobody explained to me why they released me. In 2012, I went to jail for family violence, and before they took me to jail, I was put in Atlanta for an HEB robbery. Those three situations, 203 situations I had to pay for, did time for. And I know for sure I was not in any of those events. So, saying that I was innocent and I really fries my brain because I've been innocent, I've been accused, I've been charged for things that I haven't done. This is the next biggest issue. And I also want to talk about why the police department refused to enforce the law and let me see my son. I worked from 2009 to this point. We custom court order papers see my son do the attention. And I still cannot see my son do something. And I work every day. I work every day. I pay my child support and I still be feeling. I made dozens and dozens of police reports to see my son. I actually called the police on several occasions to post the law on the custody rules to my son's mother. Nobody did anything. I made police reports to the police station that was literally thrown out. Her mom works for a police station. She's a police dispatcher. You know what I mean? All these, so I'm afraid at this point because I feel like the civilian society and the police department do not want anything to do with this point. I feel like when I work hard, I get accused. I work hard, I take to my son. And when I get married, people put me in a situation where I can't even do anything the rest of my life. They said, they put me in a situation where they say that I was accused of doing this situation or doing this thing, right? But the next morning, I went to get married. Nobody told me anything. I went to the court in downtown. I went to the court downtown to get married.
You were the most wanted man in San Antonio. Everybody was looking for you. You weren't getting married. Why that day?
If I was the most wanted person in San Antonio, why didn't they take me to where I was getting married? That's crazy. People didn't put my name into the situation so that me and my wife was going around letting everybody know that I was getting married, that we got married. When me and my wife told everybody we got married, people started getting jealous, people started throwing money in the bitch, thinking that it was cool to get $25,000 and put two and two together. Oh, he must get it because he got married, so let's get $25,000 and put his name in the bin. You know what I'm saying? If I say I'm innocent or guilty, it doesn't matter for me. Because I always being put as guilty when I knew I was innocent.
Are you innocent or are you guilty?
So I refuse to talk about it. Because I still have to see him in the blood and explain to him or explain to the jury what is going on in my life. I don't know how to explain this thing, sir. I always be all I know is I work hard and I was ready to move on my life with my wife and work. So at this point, I already established the thing that the police station is not going to let me see my son. I'm going to work. I'm going to get married and move on. That's what it is. The simple as I get married and the simple fact that I'm ready to move on with people who get into all kinds of situations.
It sounds like your son is the most important person in your life. Based on what you've told me so far, I know you wanted to see your son, you wanted to be close to him.
Because I have a little brother that's 9 years old right now, and I want him to be the best and sport anything. My son, I want him to have the same thing too, to be the best and sport anything at the point.
Perhaps your little brother.
So the day I'm dying, no matter what I do, my family does me the same way. I can't put who's more important because I love all my family, my brother, my family, all my family, all the most. I refuse to say we love them or hurt more because jealousy and all those things are the same way.
Perhaps the way you love your little brother, your son, they love you, they look up to you. How would you feel if they would have killed you instead of a police officer? How do you think they would feel?
If my own son or brother to kill?
No. If somebody from the community had a problem, they would have taken it against you instead of the police officer. How do you think your son and your little brother would feel?
They'll feel sad and revengeful they would feel hurt, sadness, worry.
So why would you do that to the police officers' children?
I refuse to say anything about the case because it could hurt me. I want to be a patient for them.
You want to be free.
Yeah. And I feel that all the situations and all the stuff that led up to that point, I was working. They arrested me, they drew down on us, they shot at us, they did not read us our rights. I feel pressure into doing things, vulnerability. I feel cornered, and I still feel cornered. So I feel like the world is against me because of certain people want to put my name in the situation, which has been happening since the well, I really don't know what people do, nothing. I just love my family go to work. You know, I just got married. And, okay, why? If they wanted me that bad, they knew that I did it, why they didn't take them down that morning? Why I'm getting married? I'm looking at them in the eyes. I'm looking at officers, police officers in their eyes. They're smiling, I'm smiling. I'm just here to get married.
Were you afraid that they were going to arrest you while you were getting married? Or they were raping you?
I don't know nothing. I don't even know what's going on. I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know nothing. I just know I'm going to get married. I've been moving on from people. Not that you see my son. I'm moving on from my son's mother, eventually. I'm going to get married and work on that stuff.
You mentioned his name a couple of moments ago, Officer Marconi. When you mention his name or it goes through your mind, what do you think? How do you feel?
I feel like the situation with the police officers is worse than the police department in the family. The fact that I'm in this situation is immense to my finding and my expression to the life and my ministry. I discovered the thing that doing things legally is just not help me. Doing things on the cooperation still don't help me. I'm lost at this point. I don't know who. I'm trying to get you guys probably talking to fans and investigating why people keep putting my name in all these police station situations. Why am I going to jail for a whole? Why am I going to get falsely accused of robbing HEB? Why people using my name for scarcity?
So it hasn't been you all this time?
Cops, people stealing my ID, people. Y'all say you went to my house, you go in there and boarded up, come somebody broke my house.
So the HEB situation, the tickets, it hasn't been you?
I don't even drive people. I don't even drive. If you look at my Otis McKane driving with it, he used to own a red 12 Focus. And they got a blue Firebird, blue Thunderbird as the car that they use.
We're almost running out of time. I have a question for you. How has life, I know this is not your first time in prison, but how has life in prison has been for you?
I didn't have been in prison, but I have been in jail numerous times. It's just that I ain't been long. I was in jail for a whole week. I ain't know why I was in there. For a whole week, I've been sitting there.
Have you been able to sleep?
Yeah, I didn't let me go.
Have you been able to sleep?
I'm afraid of my wife. I'm going to grind up and take a fight with me. Break my leg. I don't know if I get released, when I should be released, because they think I feel their family. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if judge on me, death penalty, legal injection. I don't know what's going to happen. I just want to be praying for the work.
Are you afraid of the death penalty?
Absolutely. Especially if I've been living my life right all the way to this point. If you look at my whole life, man, I ain't ever seen anything of this level ever. For some reason, they put me in this situation like this because the stores are aligned right and everything was seemed like my way. But in my eyes, it's been, since I got out of high school, people been organizing me, people been looking at it up and whatever reason, I don't even know. So this is just the next episode of Who Wants to Fuck Over Otis. In my eyes, especially I've been working, all I do is work. I can't even see my son. People put me in lineups. How do you think I feel? People always talking about his loss, and everybody else talking about the city, how the city feel about me. But who in the city gonna turn and look at me and see that I'm an innocent person? That I'm a person who just worked my whole life, and I don't get shit. I don't get shit. I'm tired of this, sir. I worked my whole life. I can't even see my son. And now people put me in a murder charge. I don't know what the fuck to think at this point, sir.
So you did not do it?
I'm not going to say anything to hurt my case, sir. I'm just emotionally overwhelmed by all the stuff I've been through in the last couple of years.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. If you don't mind, I'm just going to get the... Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So you guys would be like, we're not a voice kind of stuff back in the locals are starting them.
You don't need to approach.
Your Honor, at this time we'll publish for the jury State's Exhibit 392A, which is a video visit from April 4th, 2018.
But other than that, bring it on. I'm just waiting for them to keep us naked with nothing. I'm waiting for them. If you're going to do all that, take away that light, because I can easily bust that light up and make a shame. Take away this bed, take away the sheets, and cut off the AC. Let's do it. Let's get cranked up. Because we used to live in the hood. You know, we used to live in the hood. We slept on a concrete floor. These are the same damn walls.
Okay, so when I get, listen, we forgot this. I'm going to get out of here, and I'm going to put this money on the ship book. And I appreciate that they did get an extra 7 minutes. All that crazy, I mean, it's not really crazy talk, but
For the record, next, Your Honor, we'd like to publish State's Exhibit 393A, which is a telephone call from
July 27th, 2021, which is a few days ago, one day after the conviction.
So you take a deep breath, and continue to take a deep breath and chill.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I just, that's what I take in, knowing that I'm innocent. So it's just, it's a lot of things I want to say, but I'm waiting my appeal to.
Okay, I don't think that much. I understand. Okay, I understand. I just want to know that you know who love you.
I know.
Yeah,
Good though. I'm in good spirits. I'm in hot spirits. I got beat up, but
you got beat up. How old the officer?
yeah,
Well, how many of them?
like 8 of them.
I know they're gonna beat you up. This is all on TV. That ain't funny, nigga. I knew they was gonna beat you up. They beat them up during when they grabbed them or they do it afterwards or what was going on?
During the altercation, they, I feel like they broke my head.
You got just chill, man. You back.
I'm good. Everybody know I'm frustrated. Everybody know.
We understand, but we can't.
I'm talking about jobs. Here's the people who work here, work there.
Right.
It's not no real beef or nothing. It's just, they understand. I got a lot on my mind. I got a lot on my heart. So, so the situation happened, and you got complications, but at the same time, ain't nobody calling no brothers, ain't nobody mad. So.
I don't know which one you love me. I'm telling you that, I'm only talking, I don't know if y'all want to say anything. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Ain't nobody got nothing to say?
They got, I don't know, they just get upset a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost dead too. I'm sad. But at the end of the day, God is good. God is real. This stuff right here don't do nothing to make me stronger with the Lord. Make me stay strong. Make me stay closer to the Lord. Like I said, I know that the Lord is going to protect me everywhere I go and anywhere I go, the Lord is going to protect me. That's why you worry.
Okay, well, let's not worry. And then, this all you can do is stay careful. Stay strong. Stay strong, stay careful. That's what we had. Stay careful and strong.
I'm not trying to worry about me. I'm good. In the corner, I'm a ferocious dog.
But nobody's thinking that you're scared of the past. Sometimes we need to take a deep breath and just surrender to some circumstances. It's not always about fighting. You know how with Jesus is a good example. Jesus knows when to lay down and surrender. There's a time to fight and there's a time to be still like water.
For me, I don't agree with it. For me, I feel like you have to stand your ground and fight for what you believe in. It's like the Quran say, when people are oppressing you, you have to go against it. it don't necessarily mean fight with sticks and stones. It could mean with the mind, the spirit, the legal work. If you know something is wrong, you're supposed to go against it. Jesus has a way of living that cannot be duplicated. We only can hope to understand how to follow it. It just touched my mind state is on a different level. It's on a different thinking than, how people live their life. You know what I mean? Like, I love everybody, I love life. But when you know something ain't right, you have to stand up. You just can't let people run you over. You just can't let people do what they want to you. And that's where I'm at right now. And I'm not trying to be violent. I'm not trying to promote violence. But at the same time, I feel like I have to stand up for what's right. I have to stand up for what's right.
Well, I just want you to think about the people that love you, that are there, that are watching you, that are standing beside you, that are being supportive of you. I want you to think about us too, and not just think about yourself in the situation. So I know you said you're not going to be violent or anything like that, but I just want to be clear with what I'm saying to you is that it's hurtful for us to watch you go through certain things, and the way you react affects us as well. So just always keep that in mind that your little brother, your little sister, your mama, we're looking at you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know y'all watching me, and you have to learn from what I'm going through, how I am, and how I feel. Learn from it, and I'm in the part of my life where only I can see what I see. I was letting the dude talk on the intercom. Only I can see what I see. When the forces of the evil are upon me, I have to shine my light on it. And there's no, I'm fighting a good fight. And the forces of evil are all around me and trying to descend upon me. But the Lord is real and God is protecting me. I know y'all don't understand my thinking right now, but in the future you will. I know it seems kind of crazy for me to go through this, but God works in mysterious ways, and the light shall be shine, and the light will show itself. But until then, we have to see what evil is. Right now, we're seeing what evil is working place. I know they real evil can be real deceptive, but the Lord is my light, and the Lord is guiding me, and the Lord will shine His light on all shadows, all darkness.
Your Honor, for the record, what we'd next like to publish is State's Exhibit 394A, which is another phone conversation from the same day, July 27, 2021.
They call him a nigga for now too. And the nigga still doesn't get no right to say, bro.
Exactly.
So that's how you know God is good. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Yeah, you talking need, man. What time you got to be there tomorrow? They said 9 o'clock. Yeah.
Your Honor, and the final phone call is States Exhibit 395A, which is a phone call from August 1st, 2021.
That's just. Yeah, but that ain't right. And then he'll turn around and talk to it's in my industry and try to sound beautiful. He ain't even know what I said. He ain't even in my industry. He the interrogation was altered. They didn't read my rights. They put that audio in there, though. Yeah. See, I can't prove the audio so that it did skew. They did edit it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They did a lot of stuff, man. All that stuff was dirty, man. So I ain't even tripping, dog. I'm gonna get them watch. Watch out, dog. Yeah, man. I definitely, man. I was damn church today, man. I was.
Judge, that's the end of the phone calls we like to publish. May we call our next witness?
Yes.
State will call Mark Machado.
Right, you've already been sworn. You just want to adjust the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. You state.
Welcome back, Mr. Machado. Maybe 4 times the charm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we were starting to talk yesterday. You were getting ready to tell the jury about some of your experiences with Benjamin Marconi, the policeman and the man, during the 25 years that you have worked at PD. Do you find that as a crime scene investigator, you often have to work closely with detectives?
Yes, ma'am, and patrol as well.
Can you tell us about working with Benjamin Marconi?
Ben was a very compassionate officer. He wasn't like everybody else. And the people that worked with him actually knew that too. They could see it. He really cared about people. He loved his area. We are...
Tell us what his area was.
Well, that's what I was going to get into. The city of San Antonio, picture it like a pie. We have 6 sectors: north, south, east, and west. And then Peru, consider their own sector. In the middle of the city, you would cut out a circle, and that's central. That's where I worked, the Central Patrol, Central CSI, and that's where Ben also worked. Ben worked as a patrol officer in the Central Patrol, which consisted of pretty much downtown and surrounding all the highways, all the way to 410 by Crossroads. And Ben concentrated in the Alazan Courts, which is a housing authority just west of downtown.
So is Alazan Courts public housing then?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have a special relationship with the residents of Alazan Apache Court?
Ben was like such a unique officer. They had a directed patrol where they would double up and they'd hit high crime sectors and areas. and Ben's focus was the Alazan courts. And whether it's a drug stop, we do drug tests as crime scene investigators, whether it's taking photos of family violence, whatever. But Ben, for whatever reason, all the kids there loved him. He would give them the little patches for SAPD, coloring books, pens, and he'd always make sure and talk to him to make sure he was in school, because the mothers would tell me. And the funny thing is, they couldn't say Marconi, so they added a syllable and they called him macaroni. So it's like, so they're calling him macaroni for short. So they would say that we love Detective Macaroni, or at that time Patrol Officer Macaroni, because he checks on our kids and he makes them to see they're going to school. And he wouldn't counsel them, but he would suggest to them things that they need to do to better themselves.
So were children important to Benjamin Marconi?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he think it was important for these children in disadvantaged areas to attend school?
Absolutely, and that's his main focus was education. And he knew these kids. He'd give them resources or things they could do. The police athletic league, things to get them out of the neighborhood and see other areas of town, and just other resources. Can I get into the flood?
Yeah, if you can think of a specific incident from way back.
One incident that always sticks out with Ben, and he actually won an award for this. He got the Top Gun award. It was shift. We had two major century storms. The 100-year flood back in '98, and in 2002 we had another one. So 2 different centuries, we had 2 different 100-year floods. Well, in 2002, I believe it was in July, it had been raining for days. We had the Great Flood in 2002. And it was shift change. And it was a hard shift because there's accidents everywhere. There's flooding, high water rescues. There's just traffic's a mess, street closures. So everybody's just tired. They're all wet. They just want to go home. At shift change, which is about 1:45, the next shift comes on at 2 o'clock. They got a call for a kid fell in the Alazan Creek and is getting swept away. At this time, Ben had already unloaded his car. And there are a lot of guys, B shift can handle it, they'll take it. And what happened was Ben got in the police car, drove over there, dove in, and saved the kid. He didn't pull him out. He grabbed the kid, and he kept his head above the water and held on to the bank until the fire rescue could get there, and then they released. And then they were able to get the kid out and rush him to the hospital.
Even though it was shift change and he could have been done for the day.
He was already unloading his car. It was pretty much go home. But the way Ben is, he said, it's one of my kids. And he had to rescue him.
Did you have an experience with Benjamin Marconi a few days before his death?
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. The Thursday before, I believe it was November 17th, I worked the Central area. At this time, Ben is a detective in the SVU unit. And working the Central unit as a CSI, I get called to the hospital a lot for injury to kids, Santa Rosa Children's Hospital. So I got a call for an injury to a child to go take pictures. So I go over there, and Ben's the detective. So I take pictures, and Ben goes, Mark, the actual scene is on the south side. You want me to call the south side CSI? Or, how do you want to handle it? I go, Ben, because it's you, I'll go with you. Because he's the type of detective, whether he has consent to search or a search warrant, he'll actually go in there. Most guys, here's your search warrant, this is what we're looking for. Let me know what we're going to have, I'm going to go do interviews. Ben was in there digging for evidence with me. I was literally with him for 5 hours that Thursday. So we're talking and working together. And at the time I didn't realize he's off on weekends. His RDs, or days off, are on weekends. But he told me he was working foot and bike patrol as a detective because they were shorthanded and they needed extra help. And then 3 days later, he gets murdered. And it was his day off. He shouldn't have been there, but Ben had told me, my daughter's getting ready to have a grandkid. I just want to help out the family and support her all as much as I could.
Was it unusual for a detective to throw in and help with the search?
It is unusual because they're going to start interviews like, here's what we're looking for. This is what we need. But Ben's the type of guy. No, he's not going to like, okay, I'm going to just make him do all this work. He's actually in there lifting mattresses, searching with me, opening drawers and sitting there with me when he could have probably gone and interviewed somebody with the scene.
State will pass the witness, Your Honor.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Sergeant Mike Davis. Sergeant Davis.
You have a seat.
Okay.
I'm going to swear you in, okay? You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
All right, you can lower your hand. Remove your face covering. Adjust the microphone. Make sure everybody can hear you. You can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Good morning. Oops, sorry about that. How does this work? Good morning. My name is Michael. Michael Davis.
How do you spell your name, sir?
It's MICHAELDAVIS.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Davis, how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the San Antonio Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department?
In March of next year, it'll be 27 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently, I'm with the South Patrol Patrol Division Daylight.
During your 27 years, almost 27 years at the San Antonio Police Department, did you get to know an individual named Benjamin Marconi?
Yes, ma'am, I did. He worked for us, the Special Victims Unit, and I've known him outside of that unit as well.
When did you first meet? And you didn't call him Benjamin, you called him Ben, is that
Ben?
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you first meet Ben?
I don't really know. I've always just known Ben in the department. I think he came on about 2 years young, or 2 years before I did. So I was in a class of '94. He was in '96.
And at some point, did y'all work together in patrol, or is that how you got to know him? Or did you know him before he came to the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, ma'am. I worked at night, and so those units that Ben worked in, we would just run across each other's paths. He was a patrol officer working different units at, I guess it was TRU or whatnot, and I was the patrol division in the West, and they were just making arrests. You'd run across them at court or at the jail, making arrests.
And you said TRU, that Ben was at one point assigned to TRU. What does TRU stand for?
It was Tactical Response Unit.
And so when Ben was there, you were in what division? That you
I was a West Patrol officer at that time. We were both patrolmen.
Okay, and Ben was also in West Patrol for a portion of his career, is that correct?
Correct. It was not at the same time that I was out there.
And so when you would, at some point then, Ben ended up being promoted and came to SVU, the Special Victims Unit?
Correct. Yeah, that was after I made supervisor. So I was up there as a detective as well, but those weren't the same times. And I came back as a supervisor, and Ben got promoted and was brought back up there to work with us.
And when you said you were the supervisor, were you the sergeant of the Special Victims Unit when Ben got promoted and came to that specific unit?
Yes, ma'am. One of the four. We had 2 family violence detectives, sergeants, and then some sex crimes detectives and sergeants.
And so what were Ben's duties as a detective with SVU?
They did all of them. So Ben worked for us primarily in the family violence unit, and then he was selected. It was also part of his desire to want to do that, to have a higher, I guess, realm investigation, working on more prominent cases. So we gave him an office. It's kind of how we would do that, so you could have more privacy. And so he did mostly family violence, but because of that unit, he would also do sex crimes cases.
And what is that specialized unit? If you could explain to the jury a little more about that he asked to go into.
Correct. The chief's office has elected, because of our continuity of cases, how many we do, I guess, specialization, to work in cases that are more high profile. I could run something along the lines of a police officer, or a priest, somewhere high prominent individuals.
Maybe a politician, someone in elected
Yes,
office.
right.
Okay.
So it just has a little, quite a bit higher scrutiny.
And what you're saying is if either a police officer, a public official, a priest, etc., if those individuals are charged with a crime involving domestic violence or
Or a sex crimes case.
Or a sex crimes case, that there's a specialized unit within the Special Victims Unit that detectives are then assigned those particular cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are all detectives in that unit assigned to these specialized cases?
No, I wish it was. We could certainly spread out the work product, but again, it takes a different caliber individual. We would want to select someone with a good work product, professionalism, characterization, to want to do those.
And was Ben selected to be in that unit?
Yes, yes, he was.
And so he handled his own caseload? Is that correct? As a detective in the Special Victims Unit, handling family violence cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then also was selected to this, what is it called? What is the name?
We would call it the Special Victims Team. When something would come in just at the drop of a hat, because that's how things happen. You'd have to stop what you're doing or your cases and reorganize your day or your evening. Sometimes you're not going to go home until whenever it's done, and just keep on working it until you can find a stopping spot, a period at the end of the day to stop.
And so Ben, being a part of the Special Victims Team as well, was he on call during the night?
Yes. There were several times I would call him up in the middle of the night when they would wake me up after 1 or 2 a.m. Said something has happened, and could you mobilize some people to come down? Did it once during New Year's Eve. I think I called him up when I was working downtown too. I called him and I said, could you come on down? We're having a hard time trying to get enough people to come and work this event. So he came in.
Can you tell the jury about Ben as a police officer, his work ethic, his product in terms of his investigative skills? How was he as a detective in your unit?
I'm sure be glad to. So I was already driving down here saying, what would you say about that? And I guess the best way to say it is something that you would want to know. Because that's the type of person you would want to work with and work for you on a case if you had as an investigator. But probably just as a person too, because of the compassion, professionalism. I would even say empathy towards both parties, just trying to figure out a solution. I often say like a puzzle. Those investigators up there want to try to put a puzzle together, and that was some of the, I guess, desire to be part of that unit.
And how long did you supervise Ben?
As a supervisor, I was up there for a total of 7 years, so I guess 5.
During the time that he was in SVU?
Right. When I came back up there, so maybe less than that, maybe 4, because he wasn't up there at the same time that I came back.
But several years you
Yes,
supervised him? Okay. And how did he get along with the other detectives, and how would you describe him as a team player?
Yes. So what Ben was also known for, if I could go so far as to say that, what he was known for was being a team player, and when he would put his own stuff away, he would truly do that. If he saw that you were overloaded with something, and he would help out, pitch in. You could call, say, hey, I need you to come in, help out with someone else over here because they're kind of overwhelmed with something, and you wouldn't get that pushback from that type of person, from Ben. He would literally go and just pitch in and go help out.
And your office, Ben's office, where y'all work together in the Special Victims Unit, where is that located?
It's over here in the main station. It's I think it's on the 3rd floor.
Okay. Of 315 South Santa Rosa?
Yes, ma'am.
Just, about 2 blocks from here?
Just right around the corner over here.
The main police headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same location where Ben came to work every day, was the same location where he was murdered?
Yes, it was.
Did
The offices, if I just go for the offices, from the officers could look out of that window over there and see where he was shot.
Now, on November 20th of 2016, we know that's the date that Ben was murdered. How did that affect the officers in your unit? What was the mood after he was murdered?
It cast a pallor over everybody. It was very somber.
Cases are still coming in, family violence cases, are they stopping?
They don't stop. We cannot reassign them. So what that would do, of course, is just we would have roll call meetings just to let everybody get a handle on this. You got to keep on going. Don't have to stop what you're supposed to do because you have other people looking for you. Kind of like a boss or a parent or somebody when something bad in the family happens. You just got to keep on going.
Right. And were you asked to speak at Detective Marconi's funeral?
I did. I was.
And could you tell the jury about when his badge was retired and what that means?
Right. When they retire a badge, it's an honorable thing to not have it go out to be reissued again, so that we could remember that individual that was behind that badge. It's a pretty important thing to stand behind.
And so, at his funeral, there were. Do you recall whether it was well attended?
It was well attended. Usually, those things have a way of wanting to bring people together.
And do you know whether officers from all over the country came to his funeral?
Yes, ma'am, they did. The reason why they send those officers to things in the departments and the cities is not just to be a part of it, but to show, I guess, I don't want to go brotherhood, but to show that they are with you in solidarity, to You just feel bad if something happened to the family and the officers doing this particular job. But to say, hey, we do the same thing as you do, it could happen to us. Things along the lines of that. We're all human.
I'll pass the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, officer. No questions.
Thank you, sir. All right, State. All right, let's take a quick break.
All right, to the jury.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. State, call your next witness.
State calls J.C. Reeves.
You can have a seat. All right, I'm going to swear you in, okay? If you want to remove me. It's okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Adjust the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. You can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Hi, my name is J.C. Reeves, spelled J-A-C-Y-R-E-E-V-E-S.
All right, state.
I'm sure the jury has seen you here for the last 3.5 weeks of this trial, nearly every day. Can you please tell the jury who you are and who Benjamin Marconi was to you?
Sure. Like I said, my name is J.C. I am Ben's stepdaughter. But to him and I, it was just daughter. He never introduced me as a stepdaughter, only as his daughter. My mom and Ben got married when I was almost 4. Apparently I cried through the whole thing. And what a great start, right? But he was very respectful of our relationship, and he never pushed me to have any sort of expectation, but he was always there for me. He and my biological father had a good relationship, and it helped me have a good relationship with him.
Did you and your mother, or your mother and Benjamin, ultimately get divorced?
Yes, they did.
And how old were you when that happened?
I was, just some quick mental math, I was about 23 when they got divorced, 22, 23.
And what happened, did you and Ben have a conversation about the divorce?
Sure. So, as you've already heard, Ben loved food. So pretty much anytime we weren't at family functions, when we got together, it was at restaurants. And he asked me to go to lunch with him one day, and I had already known they were getting a divorce because I was an adult and we all talked all the time about it. But he told me, you know, I'm divorcing, your mom and I are getting divorced, but I don't want to divorce you. I want you to be my daughter forever. That's how I see you. This has nothing to do with you, and I want to still have a relationship with you. But he wanted me to be able to decide what relationship we had moving forward, and I, of course, did not think twice about it, and he was always my dad.
And did y'all maintain that closeness and relationship up until he was murdered?
Yes. We share a birthday, actually, the same day with Elvis. So, yay. But we always had that connection, and we loved to talk politics and just things that were current news. He was someone that I always turned to with legal questions or cooking recipes. He loved to cook, so that was something that we did all the time. But our relationship never changed after they got divorced.
Did you have a brother through Benjamin?
Yes, so my mom and Ben had a son about 4.5 years younger than me. So we were almost 5 years apart.
And what is your brother's name?
His name is Dane Marconi.
Between the two of you, how many children, meaning Dane and yourself, how many children do you have?
So Dane has 2 children, and I have 2 and 1 on the way. Almost here.
And what ages are they?
The oldest is 5. The second ones are my brother's youngest, and my oldest are 2, 2.5. And then the 4th one is 1, and I'm 8 months pregnant.
Did Ben get to meet any of these grandchildren?
1. He got to meet the oldest. He was so excited to be a grandparent. He loved kids. You've already heard that. But to have his own grandkids, he was ecstatic. He was so kind and gentle with children that I believe he couldn't wait to help mold our children into the people they would become.
How has it affected you that he never got to meet your children? How has it impacted you?
So, before he died, I was on the fence about having children. My husband wanted to have kids, and I wasn't entirely sure. But I found myself resenting my oldest nephew because he got to know Ben. And he was very young, so it was more that Ben got to know him and had the memory of a grandchild. And he never got to meet my kids, or never would have the opportunity to meet my kids. Even though he wanted us to have kids. So, I found myself resenting this 6-month-old baby. Then, as he got older, just resenting the fact that I made choices in my life that led to me not having children. And so I think about that all the time when I started to think about having kids. I didn't want my kids to not have any other grandparents because one was taken away from them.
How do you introduce your children to Ben?
We call him Nani. It's Italian for grandfather. They're very young, so they don't quite understand. But we tell stories all the time about him, and we visit his unit in public safety headquarters. As my oldest has gotten older, we've visited his unit to show him this is where he worked and this is what he did. It was a part of him. It wasn't just a job. It was who he was. And there is a chair, a Saving a Hero's Place chair that's placed in his unit that we go and visit to talk to him. And my children have been there to see it.
Were there any other law enforcement officers in your family?
Yes.
Who was that?
Ben's dad was also a police officer and a detective. His entire career was about 34 years, I believe. And he had some cousins that were officers as well, detectives on both sides.
Mayor Roach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 396, 397, and 398. Do you recognize all the people in these photos?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And these are accurate representations of your family.
Yes, they are.
At this time, State would offer 396, 397, and 398 in evidence.
Permission to publish to the jury?
Yes.
Who's the baby?
That is my oldest nephew, Mason. And
How old
obviously
was he?
it's Ben.
Do you recall how old he is?
He's almost 6 months in this photo, I believe. 5 to 6 months.
And then in State's Exhibit 396, can you please tell us who all of these people are in the photo?
So to the far left is me with darker hair. Then next to me is my mom, and next to her is Ben, and next to him is my brother Dane.
So even after divorce, would y'all gather as a family?
Yes, this was the baby shower for Mason before he was born, and this was at my mom's house, and her and Ben put on a baby shower together. This was not abnormal for them.
And looking at State's Exhibit 398, can you please tell the jury who's in this photo?
So to the far left is Dane, my brother. In the middle is Ben's dad, and then to the far right is Ben.
And is Ben's dad the one that was law enforcement for 34 years?
Yes, he was a detective. I think property crimes or theft maybe. And this was on a cruise actually. He was quite popular.
What impact has Ben's death had on Dane?
As the older child, I think it's safe to say that you take on a burden more times because you're just older. But in this case, I think Dane took on more of a burden because Ben did so many good things while he was alive. But no matter how many good things he did while he was alive, his death will always overshadow the good things because this is what will be associated with his name. And I think it took a toll on Dane. He was lost and he was angry. And he just wanted his dad back. They were very close. And I believe that he needed the role model still. And he needed someone to be able to turn to. And he was no longer there.
Have you or Dane sought out any therapy due to the death of Ben?
Yes. We both have. Losing a parent is hard. It happens to everybody. But losing a parent on a public scale and in a very tragic and shocking way, it takes a toll on your mental and emotional health. You start, or at least for me, you start to wonder so many things, a lot of what ifs. And so we both went to therapy to find coping mechanisms to deal with it.
Can you recall finding out about Ben's murder, and how did that come about?
Yes, I will never forget that day. I had just gotten home from a weekend in Fredericksburg with some friends and my husband. At the time he was my fiance. And we were sitting down to watch a football game, and I had received some messages saying that an officer was shot. I didn't know who yet, but the police world is a small world, and so I had heard chatter through police family members that it was possibly Ben. there was no confirmation yet. And then I got a phone call from an officer that I didn't know at the time. And she told me that I needed to come to BAMC, or SAMC now, I think, because Ben had been in an officer-involved shooting. And she couldn't give me any more details. She told me to just go to the hospital. And we got in the car, and we drove, and about 10 minutes in, my mom called me, and she told me that he had not made it. And I asked her where Dane was because I couldn't get a hold of him. She said she couldn't get a hold of him either. So I got to the hospital, and there were police everywhere. And I ran in, and I met up with an officer that I had known before. And I asked her where Dane was. And he was already inside. They had just told him. So they let me in. He had tubes. Ben had tubes coming out. And they had warned us that they couldn't do a lot because there was still an active crime scene. But that they had taken the measures they needed to so that we could be with him. And I just remember a wall of police officers everywhere. And our family was there. My aunts and uncle were there. And some of our cousins. Just in shock that we were seeing this pillar of our family laying on the table. Gone.
And it's been 5 years since that happened, roughly?
Yes, almost 5 years.
And how does that impact you to this day?
Well, I have always thought of myself as a strong person, but since then, it feels like I have to be stronger because he was such a strong person, and I want that to stay alive, and I want to be a good example for him. And I have a closer relationship with the police department because, like it's been said before, it really could have been any police officer and their family, and I want all police just to know that we're there because we love them. So I've taken that on a little stronger than I did before he was gone. And I just try to remind myself that every day could be your last.
I'll pass the witness, Sean.
No questions, Sean. That's okay.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time the state calls Tom Marconi.
I'm going to swear you in, okay? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give at this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I need to adjust the microphone. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Tom Marconi. That's TomMarconi.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Marconi, can I call you Tom?
Just Tom's fine.
Can you please tell the jury what your relationship was to Ben?
So I am Ben's older brother. I'm the oldest of 4 siblings in our family.
And you said the oldest of 4. What were the names of Ben's other 2 siblings? They're sisters.
Yes, so my sisters, Debbie Saldana and Terry McKnight. Marconi, of course.
And so you said you were the oldest brother.
Yes.
Can you tell us kind of the order of your siblings?
So I'm the oldest, and then my sister next to me would be Debbie, and then it would be Ben, and then it would be Teresa, would be the baby of the family.
Can you tell the jury about Ben? Like, what did he enjoy? What did he like? Tell them a little bit about Ben's personality.
I don't know how much time you have. His personality was probably bigger than life for us. He was that person that I think it's safe to say that everyone in the family gravitated to Ben, whether it's myself, my sisters. I know my sisters really looked to Ben as their hero. A role model that was beyond what anyone would expect from a brother, because he would always go far and beyond where that goes, and as far as that goes, excuse me. And then for the nieces and nephews, Uncle Ben was just amazing for them. To have someone like him in their life to help in the molding of your children is something that you just can't put a price tag on. To think about the impact that it probably had on each and every one of the kids that are in the family. They got to know him. That, I think, but staying with Uncle Tom, that's okay, but staying with Uncle Ben, well, that's the best. So you have to put it in perspective and look at it that way when it comes to the overall impact that he had on everyone in the family.
Would you describe your family as being close-knit?
Absolutely. I would say we are very close-knit. My family has been here. Obviously there's certain times when not all of us could be here at the same time. Sometimes, quite honestly, it's very emotionally draining. But we've had my aunts, uncles, my uncle, aunts, extended family who are here, and if they couldn't be here, they're watching. But they're supportive. Before this, it wasn't because of this. So, yes, I feel we are a very close-knit family.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Tom, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 399. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
And does this photograph fairly and accurately show you, Ben, and your two sisters, Terry and Debbie?
Yes.
Okay.
It does.
It does, okay. Your Honor, at this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 399.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's admitted.
Okay, so looking at State's Exhibit 399, can you tell the jury who's shown in this picture?
Okay, so from left to right is Ben, and then we have Terry, and then Debbie, and then myself. I'm not sure why my hand is on my hip like that, but I think I don't know if that was the time we were trying to recreate a photo, and that's how I looked. I don't know, but I'm certainly not trying to pose, but that really is.
Thank you. And now your father, and actually Ben's father,
Yes.
Was a police officer.
Yes. So my father, I can't remember the exact time frame, but I know he had a 32-year plus career with the San Antonio Police Department, and when he retired as a detective, and I believe it was his last assignment was in the theft division.
And did you and Ben and your family look up to your father as a police officer?
Yes, very much so. And it's kind of a running joke in our family, but when we were little, of course, my dad was on patrol and had various assignments. And one of the things we always understood was, okay, I'm a police officer, but I'm just letting you know right now. If you guys get in trouble and you're the ones that are arrested, don't call me. And by the way, don't call your uncle, who's also a police officer. If you did it, you're staying. So, we understood early on about respect, and we had the utmost respect for my dad. He and my mom were absolutely the pillars of our family, and I think we've all benefited. And I am so sorry that was supposed to be off.
And Tom, what did it mean to Ben to be a police officer?
I think that if I could put that into words, it would have to be, he had a true passion and a true gift for wanting to just help people. It was in him. It was built in his makeup. And so I think it was just a natural course for him to be able to serve a community and be able to help as many people as he did throughout his career. So I would have to kind of stop with that, though.
Okay. And we know from JC's testimony that Ben was her stepfather, but they had a father-daughter relationship.
Yes.
And then also he had a son named Dane.
Yes.
Okay. And what did it mean to Ben to be a father of JC, the father to JC and Dane?
That is a lot of who Ben really is. You sometimes can get defined by maybe what you do as a police officer, but what really defined him was truly being a good dad and to be there for his kids. That ultimately was one of the most important things to him from the minute that we got to meet JC when she was little to when Dane was born. I can't turn that off, I'm sorry. So I really think that was Ben. You know, he wanted to be the very best father for Jason and Dane.
And then, were you present when Dane had his son Mason?
I mean, I wasn't actually there, but yes, yes.
But you all lived in San Antonio.
Yeah, we all, and so obviously that was a very special moment, and he was just beyond excited, you know, to be a grandpa.
And that was going to be my next question about Ben's relationship or love for his grandson. I'm showing States Exhibit 397, his grandson Dane. Can you tell the jury about Ben's relationship with Mason? Sorry, Mason.
With Mason.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just crystal clear that he just loved Mason. And, you know, my heart does break. Because he only got to know him for a short time. And so much time has gone by. We're coming up on 5 years now. And for him to have missed out on all of these different moments, you know, with Mason, and to share the moments with Dane and Mason and JC, in my mind, is what's hard for me to express, most of all, because he didn't get enough time to spend with them. But the time he did, he was just elated.
And how old was Mason when Ben was murdered?
I am not sure of the exact age, but he was just very young. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact thing.
Is it fair to say that this picture was taken shortly before, around Ben's death?
I would say so, yeah.
So very young.
Very young. Very young.
Can you tell the jury about what you love most about being with Ben? Your times together, as a brother, but also with his sisters, the time of the four of y'all are together.
You know, Ben knew how to have fun, and he knew how to make us laugh. And I think with the four of us, if we're just talking about the four of us, I mean, we're together, you know, it's effortless to be together and to enjoy each other's company and to hear stories of what's going on with whether it's kids or whatever the case may be. But, you know, my personality type, as you probably already can see, is, you know, I can be a little stressed out, but Ben knew how to relax, and he knew how to help everybody else relax and lighten the mood and just make it more fun than anything else. And you know, when things like that happen, you just get so much energy from that person, and that person being your brother, it's extra special.
So you've heard from different, you know, obviously Ben's co-workers, Mark Machado, his sergeant, Mike Davis, talk about how he was as a police officer, and that he was compassionate and a very hardworking detective, very professional with everyone. Did Ben have a favorite quote that he would share with you?
Yes. So, and I won't go into the details of the situation. It was an email. It was when we were communicating, and I noticed at the end of the email on the salutation was "Evil triumphs when good men do nothing." And at first, read, I thought, okay, what is he trying to tell me? You know, I don't remember seeing that before. You know, it sounds like I have to do something. But as I learned a little bit more, he had that salutation throughout. And I know it had a specific meaning for him, of which I'm not exactly sure, but it certainly has meaning for me, especially now.
Okay, and something that was a quote that he would have on his email.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take you back then to November 20th of 2016. How did you hear about Ben being shot?
So that morning, was supposed to be a typical Sunday morning. I had just run to the grocery store to go take care of a few things, and my youngest son at the time was working as a dispatcher at the Bexar County Jail, and you know, communicated with me in a text that, you know, was something to the effect of, "Hey, I don't know that I'm going to get out of here on time. We're seeing PD is shutting down the downtown area," and you know, later on, you know, he let me know, "Hey, I think it's because an officer's been shot, and I have been trying to get a hold of Uncle Ben, and I can't." And so, at this time, I mean, I'm starting to panic a little bit, but at the same time, I'm thinking, well, you know, Ben's a detective, he's in the Special Victims Unit, but I also knew time to time he would pick up different shifts and be on patrol, and so, as a little bit of that time had gone by this time now, I'm getting home, and I'm starting to get, I think my wife had told me, "Hey, I heard on the news the officer was shot," and I said, "I know, I'm trying to get a hold of Ben. I think I tried calling, I may have tried texting, I didn't get any answers." And so, next thing I know, I'm getting a phone call from a sergeant who's at SAMC. And she's telling me that an officer's trying to find my home to come pick us up. They went over to Ben's house, but I think they were trying to find Dane, and I wasn't getting really any direction at that point. And you know, you're functioning in shock at this stage. I think I'm just going through the motions, and then next thing I know, my phone's ringing, and it's my youngest. And I think it was a scream that I relive it so many times with him calling. And somehow, in the interim of that time that he was there and that phone call, I guess detectives were looking for video because of where he was in the room that he was monitoring for dispatch. And I guess someone told him that it was his Uncle Ben. And it's Uncle Ben and he's dead. And I just remember just hitting the floor, and my wife was trying to console me and asked about the call, and I had to tell her. And from there, it just seemed like trying to keep my wits about me to figure out what am I supposed to do with that. And my wife was asking what can she do, and I'm asking her to get a hold of Adam. He was on shift as a firefighter in Gonzales at the time.
And who is Adam?
Adam is my oldest son, and Andrew was the youngest son who called me. And she's trying to make those phone calls, and I'm sorry, Jack. And so by this time she's trying to give Adam instruction to, if he can get a hold of Dane, please try to reach him, because the sergeant who called me, they were trying to reach him. And I figured one of us is going to be able to reach him somehow. And the next thing I know, an officer's at the door. And it's that knock at the door from a police officer that you never want to have. And what's scary is my oldest son Adam participated in a skit at school one time where he was the one who was supposed to have died in an incident, and it was just a role play. And I can remember my heart pounding when that officer came to the door, and that was just a simulation. And this officer is standing at the door and saying, I'm here to take you and your wife to Sam-C. And although it probably only took us 10 minutes, that ride seemed to take hours. Like the vehicle just wasn't moving, and and then when we got out of the vehicle, it's like JC said, there was a line of police officers. And it's like they all looked at me and my wife like they all knew who I was. And we're going through a motion to go into this room.
And when you entered the room, did you see Ben?
I did. And I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. That this was my brother who had just been murdered. And, I honestly probably blacked out quite a bit of some of that trauma on that day. And I'm trying to do a number of different things just to, I think, keep my sanity and keep my wits about me after that.
Can you tell the jury these last over 4 years how Ben's murder has affected your family?
Well, that's a big question. I'm trying not to just speak for myself because it didn't just affect me, it affected every member of the family in a lot of different ways. And I can probably say that missing out on all the different children that have been born from the time that happened to now. I mean, just look at Dane and for JC, for us. At the time, we only had one grandchild. We now have 5 grandchildren, soon to be 6. All the different things that maybe each of my sisters needed to talk to him about, and they can't. You know, yes, I'm their brother, but Ben's relationship with them was special, and they need that. They need it. Things that I'm not able to give and do, Ben could do. He had that way with every one of us. So I think there, you know, I know I could probably go on about that question, but it was just it's just a tremendous loss when it comes to the different things that we are missing out on, and things he missed out on, and will continue to miss out on.
Thank you, Tom. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, sir. No questions.
Thank you. All right, State, call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Michael Arambula.
Everyone on the jury okay? You can have a seat. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may need to adjust the microphone at the base. It does move there. You can just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Okay. My name is Dr. Michael Arambula. My last name is spelled Arambula.
Thank you, sir. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Arambula, can you introduce yourself again to the jury and tell them what you do for a living, please?
Sure. My name again is Dr. Mike Arambula, and I'm a physician.
Okay. And what type of physician are you, doctor?
I'm a general psychiatrist and a forensic psychiatrist.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
Yes, in both actually.
But
General and forensics.
All right. And So, a psychiatrist is a medical doctor?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you also have a doctorate in another field?
I do.
And what would that be, sir?
I have a doctor of pharmacy as well.
All right. And do you maintain a clinical practice here in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you just briefly, can you tell the members of the jury a little bit about your education and background so they get to know a little bit more about your qualifications?
Okay. I attended the University of Texas at Austin, and I received 2 degrees from the College of Pharmacy there. The first was a Bachelor of Science, and then also a Doctor of Pharmacy. I later attended this medical school here in San Antonio and received my MD degree in '87. And I remained here for my internship and then residency training in general psychiatry. I finished that at the end of June of '91. And then I spent a year in Chicago, Illinois at Rush Medical College and completed a fellowship in forensic psychiatry, which was done at the end of June of '92, and I've been back home ever since.
Now, looking over your curriculum vitae, have you published literature in your role as a psychiatrist, Dr. Randall?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you testified in state and federal court?
I have.
And are you on the? Do you teach anywhere? Or are you on the faculty of any medical schools?
I am.
And where would that be, sir?
I'm here in this department of psychiatry at this at the Health Science Center. I'm an adjunct associate professor of psychiatry.
Now, can you tell the members of the jury what a psychiatrist does, please?
So psychiatry is a specialty, like internal medicine is a specialty, pediatrics is a specialty. So we're trained as physicians, and then once all medical reasons for change in how someone's behaving or thinking has been ruled out, then we evaluate individuals for basically symptoms of mental illness, which can range from schizophrenia, which is very serious, to sometimes just periodic issues with anxiety or dysphoria.
Dr. Randall, can you explain to the jury the distinction between, you've already told them that you're board certified in general psychiatry. What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is a recognized subspecialty of general psychiatry, and in forensics we basically focus on the overlap between mental illness and law. So that can be civil law, criminal law, family law, administrative law. And then we also, during our training, sit in on classes at law school. For me, it was at DePaul. And we also spend time in jails and evaluating individuals for various court settings.
And when you say DePaul, are you talking about DePaul University in Chicago, Illinois?
The law school downtown, yes, sir.
And before I go on with what it is you were asked to do in this particular case, have you been appointed to any state boards by any of the governors of the state of Texas?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. Can you talk about the first governor and what you were appointed to do by that governor, please?
My first appointment was by Governor Richards. That was back in, I believe it was '94. And she appointed me to a state agency that had to do with mentally ill offenders. And I served on that agency for about 6 years. Governor Perry subsequently appointed me to the same agency later, and I served on that agency in about a year before Governor Perry appointed me to the Texas Medical Board in '06.
Can you tell us what it was, the first board that Governor Richards appointed you to, what that board was and what the role you were to play on that board, or you and the other members of the board?
So the Texas Council on Offenders with Mental Impairments was the name of the state agency, and we were comprised of about a little over 30 other state agencies like the MHMRs, state hospitals, DAs, public defenders. So there were a number of agencies that participated, and basically our agency tried to identify mentally ill offenders that were coming into the jails and prisons and try to safely divert them into the communities as long as they were compliant with treatment, and they didn't pose any increased risk of danger to the community. And during my tenure there, for example, the mental health screens that are conducted in all bookings across our state, that was a form that we started based on research that we did regarding suicide and risk for injury to other guards for people that had mental conditions. We also undertook a study to evaluate competency to stand trial evaluations, and ultimately our work showed up in article, I forget the chapter of the article, but it has to do with competency to stand trial, which the judges can use to evaluate the legitimacy of some of the experts when they show up in criminal trials. And then lastly, I spearheaded our efforts to provide medications from people who had been stable on medicines coming out of prison, and the TDCJ gave them a 2-week supply. We set up pretty quick appointments once they were released from prison, again to maintain their mental stability and to protect the public.
Is it fair to say that in your role as a psychiatrist, then, Doctor, you're familiar with the prisons of this state and the jail systems?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you talk about what you did for the board and whether you headed the board that Governor Rick Perry pointed to, please?
Sure. So the Texas Medical Board is a state agency that's responsible for licensing all physicians in our state. During my tenure on the board, most of the time I was on the board, I was chairman of licensure. And so we made sure that the individuals were safe to practice once we licensed them. We're all human physicians. Some of us misbehave, a very small fraction. And so it was basically an evaluation of those individuals who had some blemishes in their records and wanted to practice here in our state that came under our purview. We had hearings and determined whether they were safe enough to practice medicine. That was within licensure. The board basically had a huge responsibility of conducting hearings regarding physicians who had complaints about alleged malpractice and lack of professionalism. And I will add that during my tenure there, our board received probably 8,000 complaints a year. And during the evaluation process, we literally had hundreds of hearings during the year. So I participated in those hearings for almost a little over 11 and a half years. Ultimately, Governor Perry appointed me president of the State Medical Board, where I oversaw all of our operations. And it was after I was appointed that I learned I was our state's first Hispanic chairman of the medical board.
Congratulations, Doctor. You already testified to this jury, I think, a bit about when you were on the council, I guess, for mental impairment offenders, that part of the role of the participants was to make sure that a dangerous person would not be released from one of the facilities or institutions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So my question then is dangerous assessments. I want to ask about that. Do psychiatrists, and particularly forensic psychiatrists, engage in trying to come to a determination whether or not an individual poses a risk or a danger to the community?
Yes.
And is that part of psychiatric practice?
It is. During every evaluation, a psychiatrist determines whether someone poses a risk of danger to themselves or to somebody else. Most of the time it's not an issue, but we nevertheless, that's part of our exam for every patient, whether it's new or follow-up.
And can you relate to the jury, Doctor, your own experiences in however many areas where you have conducted risk analysis or danger determinations, please?
Sure. So as a general psychiatrist, and including forensics, there are times when people have very serious mental illness and they pose a significant risk of harm to themselves. For instance, they're suicidal. Sometimes they may pose harm to somebody else, homicidal. And so we, as physicians, have the responsibility and authority to file paperwork to civilly commit these individuals. When we do it right away, we call it emergency detention. All of those documents are submitted to the court systems here in Bexar County, and then the judges ultimately decide whether we can retain patients for involuntary treatment. That happens in anyone who practices psychiatry. In forensics, because of I also have training in the evaluation of treatment of sex offenders, and our state has a civil commitment law regarding sexually violent predators. And so as part of my forensic practice, I've worked for the state for the past 20 years to determine whether individuals who have multiple sexual convictions have a behavioral abnormality that makes them likely to commit sexually violent acts in the future. And again, that's a component of dangerousness. So that's the other aspect in my forensic practice. At the board, it was not very often, but occasionally we would come across a physician who posed a significant threat to the public. And so we conducted hearings and determined whether the physician posed a continuing threat to the public or patients. And if they did, then we revoked their license. And this was at the state board level. And then lastly, in criminal courts, I've evaluated individuals on both state and for the defense to determine how suitable they were for placement in the community under terms of probation, for example. And that was largely a determination of their potential for dangerousness and how well it could be controlled and managed with treatment. And again, I worked on both sides. And then I've also come into the examination of cases essentially death penalty cases, again to determine an individual's probability that they would commit future criminal acts and pose a continuing threat to society.
You said, you used the phrase, I worked both sides, and so over the course of your career, would it be fair to say that you testified in both the civil justice system and the criminal justice system?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say within the criminal justice system that you testified for both the defense and the prosecution?
Yes, that's correct.
Dr. Rambula, is forensic psychiatry a legitimate field of scientific expertise?
Yes, it is.
And the testing that's done, for example, risk assessments, determining whether somebody might be a danger, is that testing done within the scope of that scientific field?
Yes, sir.
And when you utilize or do your own analyses, do you rely and utilize the principles of that field?
Yes, my analysis, when you say my own analysis, it's basically what I was taught and the methodology that all forensic psychiatrists are taught, and that's based on research findings. So in a sense, it's not our own, even though we do our own evaluation.
So is it based on reliable and valid findings by the field of psychiatry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that supported by the literature over the last, 50, 60 years?
Yes, it is.
All right. Can you tell the members of the jury what a forensic risk evaluation is, please?
Regarding?
Whether or not somebody might be a danger.
Okay.
Because the issue in this case, the first special issue that this jury is going to be required to determine is whether there's a probability that that defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. You've already testified that psychiatry does make risk determinations or determinations whether somebody might constitute a danger. So can you tell the members of the jury, please, what factors or how you would go about, or it's gone about in the field of psychiatry in order to come to that determination, please?
Okay. So the methodology I use is one of conducting a general psychiatric evaluation and understanding where they grew up, how they developed, the settings, the relationships, how they did in school with friends, those kind of things. I'm looking for also medical conditions, surgical conditions, whether they've taken medicines, things that might affect their behavior. And then ultimately I look for symptoms of mental illness when I conduct these evaluations. Then I focus on the forensic part in looking at dangerousness, and I assess the risk for danger. And that methodology is based on previous research that has identified that there are certain risk factors that, if they're present, can increase the risk for violence. So, for example, I talked about relationships, and I look for stability in relationships. These have to do with increased risk for violence. Stability in one's occupational history, how well they've done in relationships with other individuals, whether they've been financially responsible, in other words, paying rent, child support, tickets, things like that, in association with the expected community standards. I look for, in particular, a past history of violence towards people, whether there are other criminal history, like arrests, and what's happened to them. I look at the age of the first offense when somebody was arrested by a police officer. I look at whether there's the presence of drug or alcohol, and at what times, how bad it was, what happened when it went away, those kind of issues. I already mentioned mental illness diagnoses. And then I, in the broad spectrum, look to see whether someone has personality pathology. The literature has shown that people who have more robust features of antisocial personality carry an increased risk for violence. And so I look for the presence of antisocial personality as well as some other personalities. Lastly, and what I've talked about are what we call in psychiatric practice static risk factors. So if somebody's arrested at age 15 or 14, that's something on their record and it really doesn't change. It doesn't mean that the individual is destined to not do well, but it just remains that. That's why we call it static. But when violence occurs, there are always dynamic risk factors. And when I say dynamic, that means that there are circumstances and thoughts and emotions and feelings that are going on within the offender, the perpetrator, that are unique to that offender. And so I look at what those factors are, and then I look at the static risk factors, and then I look into, I consider what future settings this individual will be in, and how that combination of factors is going to sit in response to these settings up ahead. And that's how we assess the risk for dangerousness.
When you use the term, I think, robust antisocial characteristics, something along those lines.
Right.
Can you elaborate on that, please? You said that was personal pathology.
Personality pathology.
Personality pathology. Well, let's start, I guess, with personality first. Can you tell the members of the jury what personality is and basically when it gets formed?
Okay. We all have a personality. It's a compilation of behaviors, the way we think, how we react, how we cope with things. And some of it's genetic, and a lot of it is environmental. So personality is essentially, the building blocks are laid very early in life. In the first 2 years, things like trust, controlling anger, and then during the rest of a kid's development, then they start to assimilate different aspects of personality. We all are a mix of different features of personality, but some individuals in particular tend to be somewhat stuck. In other words, they follow the same pattern. So in the case of somebody who's antisocial, for example, those individuals are impulsive, they're intimidating, they can be aggressive to others, they exploit people, they're reckless, they have a disregard for rules and expectations, curfews, things like that. And when it recurs over and over and over, that becomes what we call pathology. In other words, the individual's causing problems for the individual and the people and the community that they interact with. Personalities are a mental condition. What I mean by that is it's not like bipolar illness or schizophrenia or panic disorder, which have a large genetic and physiologic basis for. So personality is pathology has choice involved, and when individuals choose to change, they can. Whereas somebody who has schizophrenia can't just say, I don't want to have it anymore, and then it goes away. That doesn't happen in that latter case.
So, antisocial characteristics. When I hear antisocial, I think, oh, it's somebody who won't mix with other people at a party, doesn't like people. What does that term mean, antisocial, within that personality pathology document?
So there are criteria to diagnose individuals with antisocial personality, and those are contained in a textbook that's published actually by psychiatrists, by the American Psychiatric Association. It's called the DSM, or Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. And the criteria within antisocial personality disorder, for example, are based on periodic reviews of literature, and sometimes the criteria are tweaked or changed or amended. Some of the criteria drop out. And that's how I and other mental health professionals use these criteria in diagnosing somebody with antisocial personality or not.
On the spectrum, if we had a spectrum of antisocial personality disorder, as you're going down that spectrum, doctor, is there a term, a synonym for antisocial personality disorder that's often used?
Yes.
And what is that?
So there have been a couple of terms over the history of psychiatry, and those are sociopathy or a sociopath, and psychopathy or a psychopath.
And I think you said that personal pathology or somebody with antisocial personality disorder, that is not a mental illness.
Correct.
That person has a choice.
Correct.
Does that person know the distinction between right and wrong?
Yes.
Why would that person then continue to engage in that type of conduct if they know the difference between right and wrong and they have a choice?
So the nature of personality pathology is that the individuals are reluctant to change. I know this sounds twisted. Some individuals derive benefit from the manner in which they behave. So if somebody exploits other people and they're good at it, they don't change. And that's per my evaluation of other individuals who have told me that. When somebody runs into problems, then they have to tweak their behavior. It's kind of common sense if you think about it.
Dr. Rambula, have you examined the defendant now convicted of capital murder in this case, Otis McKane?
No, I have not.
Okay. Have you been provided with materials regarding this case, voluminous records and reports about Mr. McKane?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the members of the jury what it is that you've reviewed in order to assist you in coming to an opinion about whether or not Mr. McKane is a danger in terms of the risk variables you've already talked about?
So I looked at an assortment of records that were sent to me, and they included his past juvenile records. There was a very voluminous stack of investigative records that were pertinent to this conviction that included his interview by the detectives. There were interviews by other witnesses. There was a lot of other stuff involved. The autopsy of Detective Marconi. I also looked at the jail records, and when I say jail records, I'm referring to the booking to see how he was at the time of booking, what treatment he received, who was he seen by, what diagnoses, how he behaved in jail. And then I also reviewed a large stack of correspondence that the jail had when he wrote to some of the individuals who were his support system. Let's see, I saw a transcription of the interviews he gave to the television stations. And I did watch some of the testimony here and there last week and this week.
Did you happen to see, or were you made aware that 44 seconds after the last member of this jury walked out of the courtroom after convicting Mr. McKane, that he engaged in an unprovoked attack on one of the bailiffs?
Yes, I saw it.
Is that behavior, is that consistent with somebody with antisocial personality disorder?
With the so the answer is in this case, yes. Based on the records that I've reviewed regarding Mr. McKane.
And is that consistent based on what you saw and based on your review of the records with the term you've already used with this jury, that somebody who does that, along with everything else you've come to know about Mr. McKane, could be considered a sociopath?
Yes.
Can you talked about, I think, the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the members of the jury, I think you already mentioned it, but there is a diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality disorder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the members of the jury how many boxes, based on your review of the records and the literature and what you've personally seen or heard about Mr. McKane, now that you know he's been convicted of capital murder, how many of these boxes for diagnostic criteria he checks off?
There are 7 criteria for antisocial personality disorder, and looking at the records, my review of the records, Mr. McKane would meet all of these criteria.
Dr. Rambula, you testified that you read through correspondence that the defendant engaged in. Did you read correspondence he engaged in with an individual by the name of John Davis?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see there was extensive communications between Mr. McKane and John Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Without going into specificity of what Mr. Davis said, can you tell the members of the jury what the tenor and the subject matter of their correspondence was?
So the content, when I say content, the information, I'm not going to talk about what they were in specifically. I don't remember specific, but in general, Mr. McKane continued to correspond with Mr. Davis about how the system had wronged him, which resembled what was going on in that first interview with the detectives. And then when the mental health workers saw Mr. McKane in the jail shortly after booking, he had a disdain for the system. What he did was not specifically against Detective Marconi. It was against the system. It was against the uniform. And more of the same type of talking about how he's been victimized, justifying that what he did was okay because of the racism in our country, and he's tired of it. That was the tenor of the rest of the letters that I read.
Based on your review of the materials in this case and what you've already testified to the jury about, can you tell the members of the jury what specifically from this case that you reviewed that leads you to an opinion on whether or not Otis McKane will be a danger in the future?
Okay. So I'm a little bit compulsive, and I apologize. Because I knew that Mr. McKane had been using marijuana, that's all I knew. When I'm looking at the records, I looked at whether there were changes in Mr. McKane during his incarceration in the jail, when the effects of marijuana would go away, essentially. And so what I was looking to see was the relationship between his thoughts about this systemic racism that was one of the reasons that he acted the way he did, and what would happen to that during the course of his few year incarceration once he was off the effects of drugs. So even though he even wrote actually it was in the records that he told the clinicians he was thinking clearer and felt better, the tenure of his thinking about how he was been victimized all these years, that hadn't changed at all. And so, but he was behaving in jail, so he wasn't, lashing out at people. He wasn't assaulting anyone. He'd be irritable here and there, but that was about it. But it was not until right after the verdict was rendered, and he went after the deputy, and again, that he's not intoxicated or impaired by any kind of drug. That fit in with the type of behavior that he exhibited when he executed Detective Marconi. And so that was essentially 2 episodes of behavior that were well connected, again, based upon his thoughts, because thoughts always precede actions.
That's what I was going to ask you. So when you say thoughts always precede action, do thoughts always precede behavior?
Yes.
And everything you've seen in this case, does it appear that the behavior Otis McKane engaged in has had thought before it went on?
Yes.
Are you familiar with some of the materials that were found on the phone of Otis McKane?
Yes, by watching some of the testimony, yes, sir.
Okay. And does that material indicate to you that there was a measure of planning that went into this murder?
It suggested it. I mean, he was certainly looking at internet searches regarding news that complemented the way he thought. Complemented means that it was like he was thinking.
And any significance to you of the fact that he had several pieces of news, or he had the badge with the black tape over it of Detective Marconi? He had the last watch photo of Detective Marconi on his phone. Does that indicate anything to you about his mindset or what he's thinking?
Again, the similar type of tenure or the content of society against him. Remember, he's antisocial too, so it's an extreme example of callousness. But yes, it all fits together with antisocial personality.
And once again, antisocial personality disorder is not a mental illness, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you see anything in your review of the records and in your review of Mr. McCain's behavior that leads you to believe that there might be any other personality pathology in addition to antisocial personality disorder?
He has some features of narcissism, but that's not very unusual when people have robust antisocial personality characteristics.
And what do you mean by that? Can you tell us what is narcissism in the psychological sense?
It's an inflated self-esteem. I mean, his sister even talked about it on a phone, how she wanted him to think about them instead of just himself, for example. He's proclaimed his innocence all along. Some people are so above the law that it doesn't apply to them. So again, that fits in with somebody who has this inflated self-appraisal.
Did you see, you saw the confession, would that be correct? You
Yes.
saw the confession you gave to Detective Duke? And did you see when he was walked through the parking garage where he purportedly says, "I apologize to the family"?
Right.
Okay. And then in the magistrate's office, there was evidence that he says it felt good to shoot him, nobody can judge me. Would that be consistent with this view that it's him against the system?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, then, 2 weeks after he purportedly says, he supposedly comes clean and says he's sorry, 2 weeks later we see him doing media interviews in the jail wherein he is saying things like he thinks he should be allowed to just walk out the front door. And now then later, after this jury convicts him, we hear him saying to people, "I'm innocent." We hear him saying, "The state framed me. They added on that the reading of the rights. The rights weren't really read to me." Or that the NASA engineer somehow manipulated the photos to make that car look like his vehicle. How do you juxtapose or I don't know, how does that happen where somebody is saying at one point, "Oh, I'm sorry, it could have been anybody, I apologize to the family," and then 2 weeks later saying, "Wasn't me, I need to walk out the front door," and for 4.5 years is saying, "I'm innocent," even after this jury returns a swift verdict?
So, again, I sound like a broken record. That consistent irresponsibility, that's one of the criteria for antisocial personality. So it's more of the same.
So basically, Doctor, I guess just if you could summarize, well, one other thing I was going to ask you. We heard evidence that the next day after he commits the murder, Mr. McKane comes down to the Bexar County Courthouse and gets married. And there was evidence the jury heard that the clerk says, well, you know, you guys are getting married, and he tells the clerk, well, if it doesn't work out, it's God's fault. And,
right.
and she says, well, why would it be God's fault? It wouldn't be God's fault. It would be your fault. Is that consistent with the same type of personality you're talking about?
Yes. So blaming other people. Part of that victimization is the flip side of blame. But when somebody expresses that, that's one of these dynamic variables. If you've ever heard the saying, well, you made me do that, that takes responsibility off the individual completely, and they are, you know, it's the other person's fault. So it's a profound lack of responsibility, and that's repeated in the interviews, the letters, this innocence. It's this lack of responsibility and blame that what he did was not his fault, it was the system's fault. So with that kind of belief and disdain for the system, that's one of the dynamic variables when you look ahead that I factored into my assessment of what's his risk for dangerousness when he's in settings with the system, with other law enforcement personnel, based on, again, on how he's behaved in the past in similar settings.
What does it tell you, Doctor, when the jury is tasked with determining, after they convict somebody, if they're going to engage in dangerous acts in the future, that it only takes 44 seconds for that to happen? What does that tell you?
That it's quick. In this case, that it was something personal. Obviously, I would think, I don't know, that it was stressful to hear the verdict for him. But again, it's the system's fault. And so he took it out on the system, i.e. the bailiff who was standing right next to him.
Is that significant, his choice of a victim, in terms of who he killed on November 20th, 2016, and who he attacked on July 26th, 2021?
Yes, clinically it's significant and important because they're duplicates of each other. It was about the uniform representing the system, and that happened to be Detective Marconi, and I believe it was Officer Gutierrez, who was the bailiff. They both wore the uniforms.
You've worked, I guess, I don't know if you've already testified to this. No, I believe you have. You've worked in prisons and in jails throughout this state, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, we heard earlier testimony, the jury heard earlier testimony that when Mr. McKane, if he receives a sentence of life without parole, there's going to be one unarmed guard guarding 144 people, Mr. McKane and his neighbors. Who would that guard represent to Mr. McKane in the Texas Department of Corrections?
Based on what I've read, again, because I remember I haven't talked to him, but based on what I've read and what he's wrote, the guard is part of the system and why Mr. McCain's been victimized.
And would that be consistent with the fact that his two prior victims were also part of the system because both of them were law enforcement officers?
Yes, it matches his thinking.
And that both of the attacks were unprovoked. Does that match his thinking too?
Yes.
Is antisocial personality disorder, Doctor, or sociopathy, or a sociopath, is that a lifelong disorder?
Yes.
Finally, the last question I have for you, can you summarize your analysis for this jury on everything you've looked at and what's your opinion with regard to Otis McKane?
So again, I looked at an assortment of records and I was able to correlate what I read in the records with the static variables that I mentioned, like history of violence, what's his criminal history, he started as a juvenile, he has antisocial characteristics, unstable relationships, looks like he didn't pay much child support, if any. His the mother of his child said his employment was unstable. There's a history of drug use. Marijuana is what I predominantly saw. Hasn't really been treated, so that one was unaddressed. And then there's this rather remarkable blame on society and others for what he did, which coordinates, if you think about it, with him feeling he's innocent, because if he doesn't accept responsibility for anything and it's somebody else's fault, then he is an innocent victim, which of course is part of the pathology. Now, his case is unique because in his writings and in the interview, he talks about some of these dynamic variables about the system and law enforcement. And so what I saw was the execution of Detective Marconi, the attack on the bailiff here, under duress. In other words, he was stressed out because of what happened. And so when he goes to prison, he's going to be in a system, and there'll be other law enforcement. And that's what makes him dangerous.
Besides the other law enforcement, people such as yourself, civilians also populate the Texas Department of Corrections. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Dr. Arambula.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
How are you?
Okay. Did you ever evaluate Otis McKane?
I did not.
Did you ever make a good faith effort to evaluate him?
When I met with Mr. Del Prado, right?
Yes,
sorry. The trial had already started, and so I didn't actually ask him. I thought he was slim to no chance that I'd be available to. So I told him as long as my testimony is based on record review only, and the jury knows that and everybody else knows that, then I'm okay with it.
Well, so you're not making your evaluation here in court based on just hypotheticals. You're doing on facts you have read.
Correct.
And did you see everything?
I don't know.
Okay. So what you're saying is you might have seen enough for you.
Well, I used the information from the information that was given to me, and if there's other information I haven't seen that, I could certainly factor it in if you want to feed it to me. But I don't know what the size of the file that you have versus what the DA has.
Well, I just want to make sure that, did you talk to any family members of Otis McKane?
No, I did not, and I would not do that independently.
Okay. Did you examine any of his school records?
No.
Okay.
I just saw that he had graduated from Fox Tech at the time of booking.
Now, some of these things you're testifying about have to do with, like, when you make this antisocial behavior determination. Is that originally made for someone who you would be treating that isn't going to prison?
Run that by me again.
Well, what I'm saying is, did you happen to? Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe that helped. I don't know. The psychopathy checklist revised. Did you use that?
The PCLR?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm a psychiatrist, so I'm not trained to use some of the psychological tests that my colleagues use that are psychologists.
Okay. Now, when we talk about, for example, that you say, well, his denial shows anti-personality disorder, is it also possible the person just doesn't want people who love him to think he did something like this?
I would have to ask him, so I don't know.
Okay, so not having interviewed him would prevent that.
Right, your question seems a bit personal, and so I haven't seen anything like that in the records. I'd have to guess.
Okay. So, in the records you were provided, you got from the district attorney?
Yes, sir.
Every one of them?
Yes.
And most of it were things provided to the district attorney by the San Antonio Police Department?
That part I don't know.
Well, did you look at it? Where did it come from?
So the investigative records came from the police department, yes. But what I meant by my answer is I don't know where Mr. Del Prado gets all his records, and I didn't ask him, so.
Okay, and you don't know whether you got everything, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. How much, you say you viewed the incident in this courtroom after the jury verdict? You viewed the video?
I saw it live, yes, sir.
Oh, you watched it live?
Yes.
You didn't see the video from the security cameras in here?
Later I did. I think this happened last week, and then when you resumed this week and showed different versions, different angles, then I saw that also.
Okay. Did you see the prosecutor's argument before the jury deliberated on guilt innocence in this case?
I remember seeing closing arguments from both sides.
Okay. Did you see the prosecutors come over and taunt the defendant?
Objection to the mischaracterization. We were making closing arguments in a capital murder case. I object to that sidebar remark. It's argumentative, Sue.
Okay.
Okay. If I'm the prosecutor and I'm arguing the case and I'm over here pointing at him and calling him a coward and telling him how he executed somebody, you don't think that's taunting that person?
I would have to ask him, since that would be his personal experience and perception, and I didn't have that luxury.
Okay. Well, let's just go with that this individual, I guess we should use, was taunted.
Okay.
This person, would you say that sometimes inmates, particularly somebody who's been locked up for over 4.5 years, sometimes develop false hope of freedom?
Occasionally, yes. I'll see that.
Well, and someone who I guess, like in this case, you heard about how there's this issue of how he wanted to see his child.
Right.
And how the child's mother, he felt, was interfering with the seeing the child.
Yes, I remember that.
And that the jury returned the verdict of guilty. Now he knows he will never see that child again, right then and there, right?
I would have to ask him.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to.
So it's not something you could just imagine that that's what a person would think. I've been convicted of capital murder. I know the least that's going to happen to me is I'm going to be locked up the rest of my life. And I know I'll never see that kid again.
So the people on death row who I've evaluated, they still see family that come to see them. And so I can't, like I said, I'd have to ask him because death row convicts, they still see family.
I also thought you testified you had an idea about the dynamics of the relationship with that child's mother.
I did. I read about the tension that existed between them regarding child support, visitation, and the domestic violence.
Okay. But you would have to talk to him okay. Now, you also talked about, okay, it's a sign of anti-personality disorder if a person doesn't pay child support.
That's one of the criteria, the lack of financial obligations, and in the DSM, paying child support is one of the examples.
Is it also an indication of poverty?
Anything's possible. I don't know his particular situation. All I read in the records was he had some employment. I think he worked for a produce company or something, and then his wife the mother of his kid talked about him not being employed most of the time, so I didn't know what to do with that.
Okay, so when you saw not pay child support, you assigned it as anti-social personality disorder rather, well, maybe it's poverty. Maybe he just doesn't have the money. Maybe he has an inability to work. Maybe he has certain coping problems, but you assigned it to anti-social personality disorder.
So the antisocial personality disorder has 7 criteria, and that's one. So even if he didn't pay child support, that alone wouldn't make him antisocial, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And you also said that, something about marijuana use.
Right.
How does that affect a person in the antisocial personality disorder?
So he, at the time of the execution, it appeared that he had a problem with marijuana. There were some issues of him being a dealer also, which is the antisocial part. Using marijuana doesn't necessarily make somebody antisocial, but selling drugs, that falls under antisocial personality.
I mean, I think there are studies that show, correct me if I'm wrong, that some people with marijuana use actually develop psychosis.
That's possible in a few cases, and I've seen some of those. Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what's called K2?
Like spice and stuff?
No, what? I'm sorry?
Like spice?
Yes.
Yes, I've seen cases. That's a bad drug.
And what kind of effect does that have on a person?
It's, so the problem with synthetic cannabinoids like K2 and spice is that they're made in labs, and they're, in order to avoid detection, the laboratories are constantly moving and changing the structures of the compounds, and so people really don't know what it is they're taking, and so the effects can be quite varied, from pleasurable to really bad experiences, and I've seen the gamut in my practice.
Now, you kind of made this assessment that because the offense of killing a police officer, and in the courtroom throwing the elbow at the bailiff shows an indication of dislike for peace officers.
Only because of what he wrote and talked about in the interview. So I didn't make this up that it looks like he disliked officers. He was actually talking about how it was about the uniform. He was lashing out at the system, the way he's been treated. And so obviously those two individuals are part of the system and they wear uniforms. And so I used his words alone to connect those two. That's not my conclusion on my own.
Okay. Well, after the jury verdict in this case, did you see the video? Like I mentioned, you didn't see the final argument of the prosecutor. Did you see the video where Mr. Patterson is walking across the courtroom to the bench and showing the bailiffs leaving there? Did you see that?
Initially, I think I remember that. It looked like that.
And you can imagine, you've been involved with this enough, that after a person is convicted of capital murder, he might want to talk to his lawyers, and his lawyers might want to talk to him.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. And so with Mr. Perry saying, hang on, telling the bailiffs, we're up there, and the bailiffs decide, while he's sitting down for the first time, to cuff him. Normally they stand him up and cuff him and try to pull him into the holdover cell. Who else is around him but bailiffs? Who else can he say, look, I want to stay in here and talk to my lawyer? Who else could he say that to? It's all bailiffs around him. The only person he could possibly throw an elbow at would have been a bailiff, right? You saw the video.
So the only individual who was in the vicinity was Officer Gutierrez. And again, listening to his testimony, because Mr. McKane started undressing and it looked like he was, in the deputy's words, getting ready to do something. That's why they congregated in that area, because it looked like something might happen. They weren't sure, but unfortunately it did.
Okay. Have you read studies about after there had been this prediction of future dangerousness, that they would be continuing to commit criminal acts of violence as they're continuing throughout society? Later studies in prison would show that actually the individuals who are serving sentence of life, not parole, are not repeaters. They don't commit those acts of violence.
I've seen some studies that support that, yes.
Okay. Is there a certain age at which a person is more likely, that is a criminal offender, someone in prison, Is there any association with age in criminal activity?
Generally, the research shows that the younger the individual is, the more potentially aggressive they are. But it depends on when the acts of aggression show up. So typically what the research has shown, and again, these are large studies, not looking at any one particular type of dangerous individual. If they're 40, 50 years old, they tend to get kind of burnt out. That's the term used in psychiatry. But when somebody starts doing stuff when they're 35, 40, 50, then they're kind of off that bell curve. And so they started late, and so we can't necessarily say, well, they're going to burn out by, in 2 or 3 years because they started late. So you have to look at the individual in context with the studies. That's what I'm trying to say.
You say that you're very familiar with the Texas prison system, right?
I'm pretty familiar with a number of times I've been there in the system.
Okay. Do they make risk assessments of inmates?
Yes, sir.
And they have resources to, like he said, there'd be one guard for 140. They could change that, right?
That part I haven't, actually sitting down at conference tables with TDCJ administration, I haven't been involved in other than when they were setting up the sex offender program. I sat in the conference room helping make them decisions regarding that.
Okay. Even outside death row, though, you're aware that the Texas prison system has solitary confinement.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And the prison, they can make the decision of who's there and who's not.
Based on the risk for dangerousness, that's usually how it's. This is what I've learned talking to the inmates that have been there. That's usually how they're put in there. Unless somebody has a contract out of them, then they'll put him in ADSEG also for their safety.
Is there when you say this risk assessment, are you putting like a figure on it?
What does that mean?
Like a percentage, like a possibility?
No, sir.
Okay. You're just saying it exists.
Okay. What I'm saying is the factors that I talked about are there because of research findings. I might add that research findings like this originate using statistics, and typically the thresholds are 5% chance that the finding is wrong, and at the worst 10% chance that the finding is wrong, because they use p-values of 0.05 and 0.1. So these variables that I talked about have come out of research. They're not, again, this isn't my own idiosyncratic analysis. It's based on what was taught to me, and so I check off the marks of whether they exist or not in any particular individual.
Which base rate data?
What's that?
Base rate data?
That's
making these determinations.
So that's one type of study where large populations are looked at, and then they look at, whether somebody's going to kill somebody, rape somebody, and they compare it to all of the population. And so the numbers which are typically pretty low, that's what's referred to as a base rate. And when I say large populations, I'm talking about like Bexar County or a community. I'm not talking about sociopaths.
Right. Well, for example, in this context, we would be talking about prisoners.
Right. So the studies that I've read and you may hear about later, they look at the sample side, the sample, in other words, who's in the sample. That's a very important factor to look at, because if it's all criminals, then the ones that are particularly dangerous are scattered in there. If it's a much smaller group and they're the most dangerous, then it's more applicable.
But again, there are studies that show that this prediction doesn't hold out.
Well, I'm not predicting. I'm just going on an assessment of what the variables are, and he checks off on enough that make him dangerous.
And it was based on what was provided to you by the state of Texas.
Whatever records they gave me, yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just a few questions, Dr. Arambula. Let me give you a hypothetical. If at the same time this jury returned a verdict of guilty in this case, then you gave them your opinion that this man is a risk and danger, I guess 44 seconds later your opinion would have been borne out as being correct. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you characterize his risk of danger, besides it happening almost immediately, but down the road, would you characterize that as high?
Based upon his thinking and that dynamic variable, because it sticks out if you think about it, and it puts these two offenses, even though it wasn't an actual offense against the bailiff, as I understand it, it puts them together, pretty close together. But that thinking is the dangerous part of him, because it's him against the system, and in the future, he's going to be in the system, and there'll be other people in uniform. And so that puts him in the higher category, as per my forensic analysis.
Dr. Arambula, I think this was mentioned to you when we spoke. The records from the San Antonio Housing Authority are now in evidence, and the jury can take a look at them. The evidence is going to show, because Mr. Fuchs was asking you about poverty, and does that make somebody antisocial because maybe they're poor? The records are going to show that Otis McKane was paying $14 a month for his apartment. The evidence is going to show that he was at a minimum $8,000 behind in child support. The evidence is also going to show that he was paying $370 a month for his car. He paid $1,400 for his rims. Does that sound like somebody who's in poverty or somebody who's just making certain priorities?
It's obviously a priority. It's a choice. And, I will add, being poor is not a criteria for antisocial personality.
Can you just read off, you said all 7 boxes were checked, for lack of, I know it's not boxes, but can you just let the members of the jury know what the criteria are for a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder?
Sure. There are 7. 1, failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors as indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest. 2, deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. 4, irritability and aggressiveness as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. 5, reckless disregard for the safety of self or others. 6, consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. And lastly, number 7, lack of remorse is indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another.
Regarding 7, lack of remorse, based on your review of everything, have you seen, based on your review of what's in evidence, have you seen any remorse by Otis McKane?
No.
As a matter of fact, does remorse even come into play when now this jury hears that he's still telling people that he's innocent?
It does not.
Mr. Fuchs was asking you about marijuana being able to cause psychoses. Do you remember that question, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. With the fact that do you see a degree of organization and planning in the killing of Detective Marconi in the sense that it looks like there was planning involved, and then afterwards, well, first of all, the fact that the defendant lied 19 times to Detective Duke before he admitted the truth. Then we see all the planning on his phone. And then afterwards, he tells Detective Duke how he got rid of the clothes and got rid of the gun. And we saw on his phone, he was watching videos on how to disassemble the Glock. And that he threw it in a dumpster because he knew the city of San Antonio would be picking up that dumpster. Does all that sound like somebody who's suffering a psychotic episode?
No, but I will add that when I initially looked at the records, knowing that he had a drug history from reading the records, I was following how organized or disorganized somebody might be afterwards, because that could be due to drugs. And what you just described did not demonstrate disorganized psychotic thinking. When he showed up at the jail at the time of booking, and they were conducting the mental health assessment, which I talked about earlier. There's no evidence of psychosis. There never has been any evidence of psychosis, despite all the times that they've checked on him. And initially they checked on him very often because of his high profile status, and he was upset at the time of booking. So no, he's never been treated or diagnosed with any psychotic illness.
And his attack on the bailiff last week, he's been in custody for 4.5 years. I assume you can't chalk that up to him smoking marijuana, because I guess he's been abstinent for 4.5 years while he's in solitary confinement.
Yeah, there's been no evidence that he was using any substances during his incarceration.
Doctor, what's the prevalence of antisocial personality disorder in the prison system?
I can't specify a specific number, but it's way up there. It's probably 70% or higher.
Thank you, that's all I have.
So that 70% would be in the general population as well?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm referring to, all the prisons.
Yeah. And now, did you study all this, like for example, you said his criminal history, you realize he was placed on probation for possession of cocaine. It was 2006, I believe it was 2006. Okay.
Right. I saw the cocaine arrest or incident when I was looking at his criminal history.
It was originally Concho County, and it was transferred to Bexar County.
Yeah, I actually have February of 2007 in Concho County.
Okay.
Right.
But we're talking about the same. Did you look at his records from the probation department while he was on that probation?
I did not.
It was made available to you, or you didn't go look for him or whatever?
I wasn't given records regarding that incident.
When you talk about his behavior in jail, and the state wants to insist they have him in solitary confinement, therefore he cannot be assaultive. Did you look at the jail records for the history of all the time any time he's been incarcerated or placed on probation?
Just for this conviction?
Just for this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
One more question, Dr. Angela. In his confession, which is in evidence, the defendant tells Detective Duke how, yeah, when I was younger I had sticky fingers. Does that indicate to you that he was a thief when he was younger?
Yes, that would indicate that. And he had a juvenile history as well for deadly conduct and terroristic threats, something like that. And if I remember correctly, during his probation, he had to go to anger management, abide by house rules, which suggests he wasn't staying at home, following directions. And then the other one was, he had to go to school every day of the week and behave there. So it suggests that there was a problem with school also.
And the domestic violence?
Right, that was several years. I looked at all the criminal history, which included the coke. There was some alcohol with a minor. Yeah, he had some speeding tickets. That's low on the radar. The domestic violence stood out. Some of the yelling and screaming and threats that I heard on tape by the mother of his child, that was alarming. And then it just is an escalation.
And when you say the threats that were alarming, are you referring to his threat to kill her and their child who's in the back seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
No other questions, John.
All right. Thank you, you're excused. Right, members of the jury, this would be a good time for a lunch break. It's 12:49. Be back no later than 2 o'clock, and we'll continue with the trial.
All right for the jury?
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant lunch. Where we last left off, State, we're in your case in chief. You can call your next witness.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 406. I previously showed the defense of the break under the defendant's detention health care services records. State's Exhibit 406.
There's no objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted. Anything else, State?
And at this time, the state rests.
Defense?
If we could just have a moment to get it organized for Judge.
Okay.
We call Reginald Alderman, Your Honor.
All right, you can have a seat. All right, I'm going to swear you in. You get ready to right now. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. You can remove your face mask, please.
Make sure we can see you.
You can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Hi, my name is Reginald Alderman. It's spelled Reginald. Last name is Alderman.
Defense?
Are you called Reggie?
Yes, my friends call me Reggie.
They call you Reggie?
You my friend, you can call me Reggie.
First of all, where are you from originally?
I'm originally from here, San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. And what part of town were you born in?
I was born on the east side of San Antonio.
Okay. And how many siblings are in your family?
I have 2 brothers, and I have about 4 or 5 sisters, give or take, on my dad's side.
And where did you go to school?
I went to school, I graduated from Fox Tech High School in 2004.
Okay. And presently, are you married?
Yes, I am married.
And do you have children?
Yes, I have children as well.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I own 2 businesses.
Okay.
I'm a business owner.
And just generally, what are they in general terms?
I have a company called Us Empowerment, and then I also own a coffee company called Black Bean.
And did you go to college?
Semi-college. I didn't graduate from college. I did attend college, but I didn't graduate.
Where did you go?
I went right here locally in San Antonio College.
Okay. And, do you know Otis McKane here to my right?
Yes.
And when did you meet Otis?
I met Otis the sophomore year of my high school, tenure at Fox Tech.
And you said sophomore, so why the sophomore year? Why did you meet him in his freshman year?
I went to Fox Tech my freshman year. My sophomore year, 10th grade year, Otis transferred from another high school over to Fox Tech, and that's how we got acquainted.
And do you know what high school he transferred from?
He transferred from Madison High School.
And are you familiar with, in talking to him back then, like why he transferred to Fox Tech?
It was due to my knowledge that he transferred for a better sports opportunity as far as compared to where he was at Madison. Fox Tech presented a different, more of an opportunity for him to make it as far as athletic career.
And And when you said you met him, I mean, just there, and you had similar classes or same classes, or did you meet him just hanging out in the halls?
We just in the locker room. I would say it was the first time I got acquainted with him. Didn't have any classes with him.
Okay. So when you say locker room, did you play sports in high school?
Yes, sir. Football, basketball, track.
And did Otis play sports in high school?
Yes, sir. He did the same sports: football, basketball,
and track.
Track.
And at the time that you met Otis, as far as football, what positions did Otis play?
He played wide receiver, and then he also played free safety, and also a little DN, defensive end.
A little what? I'm sorry.
A little DN. I meant as far as like he also played defensive end as well.
Defense.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, how would you describe Otis back then as far as his personality? How he appeared to you?
He was very outgoing personality. He's someone who definitely filled the room with his the joy and laughter and leadership. Definitely as far as on the sports, he's definitely filled the leader role on the team. A lot of players looked up to him.
Was he, in fact, in your opinion, back then, a good athlete?
Almost definitely.
And how did you get along with him?
Well, we actually hit it off right away. I guess it was just common, a lot of things that we had in common as far as single parent upbringing, both raised by our moms, and definitely just outgoing personality. We just hit it off very, very fast, very well, and became best friends right away.
And you said you were both raised by single moms, so I gather you weren't wealthy growing up?
Not that I know of. My mom definitely did a good job and made me think we were wealthy, but now looking back on it, I don't know how she did it.
Okay. And Otis also came from a single parent household, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you ever meet Otis's father?
No, sir.
Okay. So you never saw him around Otis?
No, sir.
Now, do you know where Otis lived back then? The rough area?
Yes, sir.
And where was he living?
He's originally from the Wheatley Courts.
Okay.
In high school, they were staying off of Nacogdoches.
Okay. Nacogdoches is a long road. Was it inside or outside Loop 410?
Most definitely it was outside of Loop 410.
Okay. And so back then, again, because he belonged to Madison, right? Can you tell the jury what was the commute that Otis had to take to get all the way to Fox Tech? Because where is Fox Tech?
Fox Tech is located on Main Street right here, downtown San Antonio.
It's actually like maybe 5 blocks away from here. Right?
Exactly.
Okay. So what do you know about the commute that Otis had to take to get to school?
Well, I personally know about the commute that he had to take. It was about a 2.5-hour bus ride. I moved in with Otis and his family in my senior year in high school. And that bus, we had to wake up. School started at 8, so we had to be on the bus by 5:30 just to make sure that we was on school at the time.
Now, do you know who did Otis live with back then?
Otis stayed with his mom and his 2 younger sisters.
And what are the sisters' names?
Tasha and Simone.
And if I tell you that Simone was 8 years younger, does that sound okay?
That sounds about right.
Okay, and Tasha was 4 years younger.
That sounds accurate as well.
Okay. Now, are you aware of how old Otis was when he kind of started looking after his sisters because his mom worked long hours?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear you.
Around when did Otis have to start looking after his sisters because his mother worked long hours?
Well, from my knowledge, it was he had been taking care of his sister since he was in middle school, junior high.
In middle school?
Yeah.
I think it was called junior high back then.
No, yeah, I don't. Yeah, middle school.
Okay.
Middle school.
Junior high when I was there, but
Yeah.
middle school when you were there. And did you know what he did for his sisters because his mother was not around?
So, like I said, my senior year, I witnessed Otis prepare meals for his family, and I'm not talking about noodles and some quick pizza in the oven. He actually prepared dinner for his family, for his mom and the two sisters. We would get out of practice and catch the bus back, and sometimes his mom would give him a grocery list, and he would make sure that we had to stop at the HEB before we made it to the house because he had to cook dinner for the family before mom got home and make sure the siblings, him and the siblings, were ready for school for the next day and homework, etc. completed.
And then how far was the HEB from the apartment where Otis lived?
I would say about 6-7 blocks away. So we had to walk a nice distance with bags of groceries.
Okay. And when you said earlier that you had to take buses from Nacogdoches outside the Loop all the way to Fox Tech, now were those school buses?
Oh no, sir, it was a VIA bus.
VIA buses?
Yes, sir.
There was no, SAIC didn't have school buses for them?
Not to my knowledge. Like I said, Nacogdoches was ways away from Fox Tech, so we had the public transportation with the VIA bus.
You mentioned that you moved in with Otis's family in your senior year. Now, you've already known them since sophomore, correct?
Correct.
And just generally speaking, why did you move in with Otis?
I had some domestic. I had a rough upbringing. Domestic violence issues with what's going on in my home, and Otis volunteered his house to me and opened his door to me, and really, honestly, saved my life as far as I don't know where I would have been if I didn't have nowhere to go. A lot of issues of upbringing for African Americans. We run into issues where we don't have places to stay and stuff like that.
Excuse me, sir. I object to the narrative, Your Honor.
All right, that's the next question.
Okay, you said he kind of saved your life. Can you tell the jury in what way?
It's being young, that young, you not knowing where your next meal or where you're gonna lay your head where you're gonna lay your head at night. The next day is hard,
So suffice to say that it was a difficult time for you, and Otis opened his home to you, and his family opened their doors to you.
Yeah, most definitely.
Now, when you were, obviously, some of your life revolved around the sports, did you all also have a social life?
Oh yes, we were kids. We played video games. We attended other high school games. We try to learn how to drive. We might attend a party here and there.
And how many practices did you have, let's say on football, per day?
During the school year, during the season we practice in the morning and then in the evening. So we'll have 2 a day until leading up until game day.
Now, were there times where Otis would miss school or be late to school because of bus issues?
Yes, it was. Like I said, if we didn't wake up, we wasn't at the bus stop at 5:30. We were definitely going to be late for school. So it was times that we didn't wake up at 5:30 and we were late to school, and it was just a lot of commitment and responsibility as far as everyday responsibilities, taking care of stuff at home.
So from your knowledge, at least from middle school and clearly in your senior year, and throughout sophomore life, was Otis basically the man of the house?
Oh yeah. He was definitely the man of the house, father figure to his siblings.
And did he also sometimes even prepare meals for when his mom got home?
Yes, that's what I had said earlier. Sometimes the mom would get home from work and there'll be a plate in the oven ready for her, to eat. So when she got from work, she just had to eat and I guess relax and make sure he made sure that everything was taken care of home for her. When she just, so all she had to do was just eat and maybe go to sleep and get ready for the next day.
And when I mentioned social life, Otis is a tall fellow. How was as far as women and girlfriends and the like, if you could say?
Otis was very popular with the ladies, I would say. He definitely had a girl or two.
Okay. Now, after high school, what did you do? You said you went to college. Where did you go?
I went to attend San Antonio College here locally.
And did you keep in touch with Otis after high school?
Yes, sir.
Where did Otis go to high school? To college, I'm sorry.
Well, after completion of high school, he attended Paul Quinn University. I don't know if it's called Paul Quinn College or Paul Quinn University.
And is that in Dallas?
Yes.
And are you aware of why he went to Paul Quinn?
But I believe he had a partial scholarship there for basketball.
Okay. And you mentioned that you all played football, basketball, and track, right?
Yes, sir.
Both of you?
Yes, sir.
And how good of a basketball player was Otis, just generally speaking?
He definitely was a D1 talent, Division I talent. It was one of the better players on the team.
Okay. And you said you kept in touch, so did you know if he was working at different times and where?
Objection, Your Honor. May I take the witness on board, Honor?
Sure.
Mr. Alderman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you were to know where Otis was working up in Dallas, that would necessarily be because he told you where he was working up there, correct?
If I was to know, yes, sir.
Yeah. So any knowledge you're going to pass on to us now is based on what Mr. McKane told you, correct?
Well, I did go up there to visit him a couple of times.
Okay, but the question was, do you know where he was working? And that would have been based on what he told you, correct?
Well, I witnessed it, so it wouldn't be based on what he told me because I witnessed it with my own eyes.
You witnessed where he was working?
If he was working up there.
Well, was he working up there?
I didn't get to answer that question. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so no, I'm just asking. So you do know that he was working in Dallas? Is that what you're telling us?
My answer is that he wasn't working in Dallas.
Oh, he wasn't.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I didn't get to answer that question. That's what I'm saying.
I apologize. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So at some point did he? And this is where I was going. At some point did he come back from Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now he's in San Antonio.
Yes, sir.
And did you still keep in touch with him?
Yes, sir.
And not only by telephone, but in person. You said you were best friends.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Otis hold different jobs that you know?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of jobs was Otis holding down at different times, just generally?
I believe that he was working with the City of San Antonio Sanitation Department. I think he also worked at a fruit distribution warehouse. I believe he also was working at McDonald's. We worked at a club together, security guard, polyesters.
And, at some point, did Otis move into his own place, his own apartment?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury, whereabouts was this?
So that actually was on Nacogdoches as well. So he had his own apartment, and he had just got his first car, and trying to get out there into the real world and be his own man.
Now, just because I don't remember right, after Paul went to college, did he also attend another college? Or not? I'm trying to remember.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so when we're talking about him getting his own apartment, what year are we talking about right now? How old would you have been?
I'll say about 21.
Now, did he get a small car of some sort at the time also?
Yes, it was a red Ford Focus.
And even during this time that he has his own place, was he still helping with his sisters and his mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that one of the reasons? Was the family, the sisters, the younger sisters and the mom, still off Nacogdoches also?
I believe it was. If it wasn't off of Nacogdoches, it was somewhere close.
In that area?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the reasons to get his apartment in Nacogdoches was to be close to wherever his sisters and his mom were.
Well, yes. His sisters were younger than us, so they definitely still had a responsibility, getting them to school, picking up, and etc.
I mean, it wasn't the only reason, but part of the reason, right?
Yeah, part of the reason.
Okay. You said Otis was potentially a D League. What is a D League?
No, I said he was potentially Division One.
Oh, Division
Is that what
One.
you? Yes.
Okay. So what is Division One? Just to start.
Division One is NCAA. I guess the highest tier of basketball competition. That would be the highest tier of competition that they have as far as the level.
Okay. Now that he's back in San Antonio, there's also another thing. The phrase I use right now, or the D League. What is D League?
The D League at the time was a league that the NBA had available for participants that if you didn't make it in the NBA, that you have opportunity to showcase your talents in the D League, and hopefully you impress somebody and they can invite you up to the NBA.
And so these are like hopes of a young man to try and break into the NBA.
Exactly.
But and did these tryouts happen here locally, or were they out of town at the time?
At the time that he went, it was out of town.
Okay. And do you have to pay your way to try and try out?
Exactly. So you have to pay your own way to participate, like an entry fee. I believe it was like $200.
And do you know, if you know, how many times did Otis try those D League tryouts?
So I know for sure it was at least 2 or 3 times.
At some point, Otis meets Sahara Payet Hill, right? Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And were you around at the time, Joe?
I was around him at the time that he met her. I personally only met her one time.
So, by this time, do you have children already?
Yes, sir.
And so you're already married, you already started your own family. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's part of the reason that maybe you all aren't, like you said, you made.
Well, I wasn't married, but
Oh, okay.
I did have some children.
And do you know if Otis was having trouble with his visitation rights at some point because he already had a child? Do you know if he was having trouble with his visitation rights?
Yes, sir, I do.
So was Otis in fact trying to see his child? Did you know?
Yes, I know for a fact that he was definitely trying to be a big part of his child's life, trying to see him.
And during this time also, was Otis having, we know that you mentioned several jobs, so we know he didn't have steady employment. Is that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor. Been leading his witness, reject the leading.
I'll sustain. You can rephrase.
Well, what we know, you said that he went through different jobs, right?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you never met Otis's father, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, was that part of the reason that Otis wanted to be a good father and see his kid?
Objection, it's leading again, Your Honor.
You can rephrase.
What reasons, other than you're a father, did Otis want to be able to be in his kid's life?
Objection, now that's speculation.
You can rephrase. Ask him about his personal knowledge.
Well, do you know why Otis wanted to be a part of his child's life?
Well, again, that's going to be based on hearsay necessarily, so we would object to the backdoor hearsay.
Overruled.
Get this cleared up all at once.
Sure.
Now, what did you see or what do you know as to why Otis wanted to be a good father?
Well, we used to have talks all the time about, not breaking the pattern, breaking the curse of the label as, us having, the recycle of African Americans having absent fathers. So we wanted to be different. We wanted to not be a statistic.
So it's kind of your hope and his hope to be...
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Let me hear the question.
I said it was kind of your hope and his hope to break this cycle.
That's leading, Judge.
I'll sustain. You can rephrase it.
Well, I think it's obvious, Judge. I'm sorry. I'll move on. Now, you said you met Sahara only one time, correct?
Correct.
Now, we also know that at some point there was a protective order against Otis, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, during these times, if you know, was he still making efforts to try to see his child?
Yes, he was.
And how do you know that?
He was actually staying with me during that time of the protective order.
Okay, and so how do you know that? I mean, what did you
So I seen him attempting to contact her. I witnessed her not allowing him to see him. I mean, I those late nights when he was crying or telling me how much he missed his son. I was there.
Because he was living with you.
He was living with me.
And you saw this firsthand.
I witnessed it firsthand.
Now, what kind of visitation, appointments would he have with trying to see his kid?
I believe the protective order was every first, third, and fifth weekend, I believe,
Okay.
like every Wednesday.
Okay. And what would happen when he tried to visit?
She wouldn't let him in the house, or she wouldn't let him see his kid.
Okay.
I believe a couple times that he even took officers over there to help him assist in trying to get his kid, and it was unsuccessful.
And how would Otis take that when he was trying to do that?
Like I said earlier, it was tearing him apart. Honestly, it was, something that you said not to be. As far as a bad father, it seemed like the odds are stacked against you, and you become that, and in somebody else's eyes.
Okay. Now, back in high school, was there an incident where you all were at football practice and there was a shooting at a group of kids?
We wasn't at practice, but we was preparing for a scrimmage, and it was a shooting occurred.
And what happened?
So it was several people had shot at a couple of teammates that were walking to Jack in the Box here up the street, like we used to do every day, and we didn't know where the gunshots and stuff were coming from. So we had a 11-year-old, I believe. He was a younger child with us at the time, and Otis grabbed him and ran with him back to the field house, and we all was okay, but I guess you could say Otis saved the little boy.
And what was the little boy's name?
His name was LJ. I don't know his real name. That's what we called him, his abbreviation. His nickname was LJ.
Now, at some point, closer to 2016, to November 2016, is Otis smoking anything illegal?
Yes.
And what does he get into a habit of smoking?
I'm not sure. It was called K2, something like it was.
Yeah.
I think it was like artificial. It's artificial.
They call it K2 and spice.
K2 spice or something like that.
And also marijuana?
Also marijuana.
And at some point, did you notice Otis acting maybe in an irrational fashion?
It was knowledge throughout the family that his behavior had changed. That his behavior had changed. He was not the same.
Was he delusional, talking to himself at times?
Yeah, he was very delusional. I wouldn't use the word delusional, but he was I guess you would say like spaced out in a sense of like you could just tell when somebody wasn't the same person that you're accustomed to.
Now, the Otis that you knew back in high school, he was happy-go-lucky, leader, smiling, ladies' man. That's not Otis McKane in 2015, 2016.
In my opinion, no.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Alderman, does Otis have a temper?
No.
No?
I wouldn't say he has a temper.
Okay. You're aware that he's been convicted by the jury of killing a police officer in cold blood because he was angry at law enforcement.
I am
aware of that?
I am aware of that.
Okay. That doesn't indicate an anger issue to you?
An anger issue, I wouldn't say it was an anger issue.
Okay. Did you see him 44 seconds after this jury walked out? Did you see him attack one of the bailiffs unprovoked?
I didn't see it.
You've been in this courtroom several times, sir, have you not?
We said here in the courtroom. I wasn't here that day.
Okay, but you've been watching you've been keeping up with what's
Have
going
I seen
on
the footage? Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. So you would agree with me that it was an unprovoked attack on the bailiff, right?
I'm not sure. I can't speak to that. I can't say it with unprovoked or not.
Okay. You saw what went on. And you're under oath. Are you telling this jury that that was a provoked attack?
He's asked and answered, Your Honor.
You're asking me.
Hold on.
Your Honor, asked and answered and speculation.
All right. So and let me just instruct the witness real quick. So when there was an and I know it's not a common thing to testify in our lives, but when you hear an objection and an attorney stand up, just do not answer until we tell you whether you can. Also, the lady in front of you is taking a record, so she's unable to get more than one voice at a time. Please make sure the question is asked in its entirety before you respond, okay?
Sorry.
No worries. All right, what was the question?
Well, the objection is speculation. You can ask him if he knows or he doesn't know.
I'll sustain that.
Did you see any evidence of provocation by the bailiff?
No, sir.
Now, you've been talking to Otis on the phone the last few days, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you know that this jury's convicted him beyond a reasonable doubt, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you know, based on your conversations with him, he doesn't accept that verdict, does he?
No, sir.
As a matter of fact, he was talking to you, and we listened to the tapes earlier today. He was talking to you about how the person from NASA came in and, I guess, messed with the photos to make, I think he said that they photoshopped it to make it look like his car. Do you remember that conversation y'all had?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then on another day, I think just a couple of days ago, you had a conversation with him wherein he was telling you that the confession was altered and that we had actually injected into the video his Miranda rights because he was telling you they hadn't read his Miranda rights to him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're not telling this jury that he's been smoking K2 the last 4.5 years, are you?
In jail? No, sir.
And you were talking about, let's talk a bit about his mother. His mother's a good Christian woman, right? Sandra McKane?
She's a good woman, yes.
Okay. And you've been speaking with her throughout these proceedings, correct?
Yes, she's like my mom as well.
Okay. And she provided the best home for Otis that she could, correct?
Yes.
She was always working, correct?
To my knowledge.
Well, you were earlier, you were talking about how much knowledge you had about this family. She was always working, correct?
You said always working. You haven't given me no time frame when she's out. I'm sure she's always kept employment.
Well, let's talk about the time frame that you were testifying about earlier, when you were very familiar with the family. Ms. McKane was working that entire time, correct?
The time I stayed with her, she was always working.
Yes. And she actually tried to give her son a religious upbringing, correct?
Yes.
Take him to church, correct?
I wouldn't say he went to church. But
She tried to take him to church, correct?
I guess you could say so.
And she tried to teach him a moral way of living, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about what a good father would do. Remember that? You remember that testimony? You were telling them what a good father does?
I don't think I said what a good father
Well, you
does.
said you and Mr. McKane were having conversations about how y'all both wanted to be good fathers.
Yes.
Okay.
Those two different things.
Yeah. Does a good father hit the mother of his child?
I wouldn't say so.
Because you actually, unfortunately, I think you said, grew up in a household where domestic violence occurred, correct?
Yes.
And that can have long-lasting impacts on people, correct?
Correct.
On the women, correct?
Are you insinuating the man's hitting the woman?
If a man hits a woman, that can have a long-lasting impact on the woman, correct?
Of course.
Okay. And on the child, on the children, correct?
Of course.
Okay. And so, when you were aware that that Sahara had gotten a protective order, you know why she got the protective order, correct?
I don't know why she got a protective order.
Mr. McKane didn't tell you that he'd hit her on several occasions?
He didn't go into details on the protective order.
Okay. So he didn't tell you or admit to you that he'd struck her on several occasions?
No, sir.
All right. Did he tell you that he threatened to kill her and the child?
You already asked and answered, Your Honor. He
This is
doesn't
a different-
know. He
this is a
does
different-
not know.
It's a different subject. Did he tell you that there was an incident in a car where he threatened to kill them both by driving off the roadway?
No, not at all.
Because if he had, I imagine that would have concerned you as being a good friend of his.
Concerned me and also my girlfriend at the time, who he was staying with.
You were talking about absent fathers. Do you know how many years it had been since Mr. McKane had seen his son as of November 2016?
No, sir.
Do you know how much child support Otis McKane owed his son?
No, sir.
If I told you it was at least $8,000, would that surprise you?
Yes, it would.
Okay. You knew, I imagine, when was the last time you knew that Otis had a regular job besides selling drugs?
What is a regular job?
A job where people go to work 9 to 5.
He was on in between jobs, so he's been like that.
You said, Mr. Alderman, that it sounds like you're one of Mr. McKane's best friends and you know him very well. Did you know he was at the Lincoln Courts when he was living there, that sometimes he wouldn't pay rent at all? That his rent was free? Were you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that his rent was free.
Okay, did you know that at most all he ever paid was $14 a month for his rent?
No, I did not know that.
Okay, do you know how much he was spending on his car per month?
I don't know that as well.
Do you know how much he was spending on his rims per month?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you agree that absent fathers have a responsibility to take care of their children?
Most definitely.
And would you agree that the son of Otis McKane had a right to expect that his father would live up to that responsibility and pay his fair share?
Of course.
Now, when you said that Mr. McKane was spaced out and that everybody in the family acknowledged it, do you remember when you testified to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. what steps did any of you take, yourself or to your knowledge, anybody else, to help Mr. McKane, if in fact he was spaced out?
To my knowledge, I don't think any steps was taken.
And you're one of his best friends, correct?
Correct.
The just a couple more things. When you said when you go through two-a-days, what time would practice start after school?
Right after school, I think at the time school got out, maybe 3:45 or something like that.
Okay, so then you wouldn't be on the practice field any earlier than 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we wouldn't. Earlier than 4 o'clock?
Correct.
No.
And how long would the practices generally be?
I would say maybe like 2.5 hours, maybe.
Okay, so that takes us to 6:30 at a minimum, and then you got to shower and dress, correct?
Correct.
So that's then about 7 o'clock, right?
Correct.
Ballparking it. So then you have a 2.5 hour bus ride back to Nacogdoches Road, correct?
Yeah.
So that puts it at about 9:30, and then you're saying that you and Mr. McCain would walk to an HEB to get groceries to make dinner?
Yeah, well, sometimes the coach, they actually let us out and practice early. And in those days, sometimes it wasn't that late.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any more questions.
Just briefly, when you're in the football team and the like, isn't the last period athletics, in fact?
Objection to leading.
What was your last period when you're in the football team?
Last period is normally athletics.
Yeah, it's not PE. You guys don't do PE.
No.
So you get on the field around 2:30 in the afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Objection to leading. He just testified it was 3:45. He's leading him.
But, okay.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
So, the practice didn't start until 3:45 because all the kids don't have 7-period athletics. Some kids didn't have 7-period athletics. You didn't have to be on the football team to have 7-period athletics. So when all the kids was together, that's when practice would start normally around that time.
Okay. So, and you said a 2.5 hour ride, but was it 2.5 or 1.5? I'm trying to remember when we spoke over the weekend.
Sometimes it was 2.5 hours ride. I was around there, around 2.5 hours.
But suffice to say that whenever you did get home, Otis would do these things for his sisters.
Yes.
And then when you were a senior, you saw it firsthand.
Well, I mean, I went to the HEB with Otis, so I did witness it firsthand. We didn't get groceries every day. Some days we was able just to go straight home, not have to go to the grocery store.
And then at some point you moved out because you weren't putting any money in, right?
Well, yes, I moved out because I just, in my head, I stayed with a lot of people my senior year, a lot of friends. So in my head, my time clock was like, it's time for me to go because they didn't tell me I had to leave, but I just felt that I had to leave because I wasn't providing nothing financially to the household. So I just removed myself.
Now, how did you feel? He asked you about who did what when Otis wasn't doing well in 2015 and 2016. How did you feel about not having done something to help Otis at the time?
Even to this day, I feel responsible, guilty. All the signs was there. I think a lot of times in our black families, we don't help our people that need help. We just kind of blow it off, and then sometimes, stuff is too late.
That's the way
I just had a couple of questions, sir. On November 20th, 2016, you were not with Otis McKane, were you?
No, sir.
And you weren't with him the next day either, were you?
No, sir.
You cannot tell this jury what Otis McKane was doing or ingesting or anything about what he did on November 20th, 2016, correct?
That is correct.
And you're aware that whatever happened that day that they convicted him of, he is still denying to everyone that he did.
That's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Do you remember the question?
You can repeat it.
Yes, sir. You're aware that everything that he did on that day that he's been convicted of by this jury beyond reasonable doubt, he, to this day, to this moment, is still denying he did, correct?
He hasn't told me that he denied anything.
He told you he's innocent, correct?
He did not tell me that.
He didn't tell you he was innocent?
I don't recall him saying those words exactly. He was innocent.
What did he tell you?
When? Multiple times I've talked to him.
I'm talking about after he was convicted in your phone conversations. After
He did not say that he was innocent.
What did he tell you?
I don't. He told me a lot of things. I'm not sure what exactly what you want to know that he told me, but if you have the audio, I don't understand the question.
Well, it's clear he didn't. It's clear he's denying that he's guilty of this offense. You know, he's told his family he's innocent.
Your Honor, that's hearsay.
I'm not. He has not told me.
Hang on.
I'm sorry.
That's hearsay, lack of personal knowledge, Your Honor.
You remember the rule that I told you about waiting if there's an objection?
Yeah.
Let's try to follow that.
Okay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Well, let me try it this way, Mr. Alderman. When he's telling you that the state manufactured or photoshopped images for this jury to look like his car, that sounds like a man who's denying he's guilty.
Calls for
Correct?
speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Correct?
Yes.
And when a man tells you that they edited the video to put the Miranda warnings in because they didn't read me my Miranda warnings, after, and then I went on to confess to the killing, that sounds like a man who believes he didn't do it, correct?
I don't recall that particular conversation in that he told me that.
Okay. It just happened on August 1st.
Asked and answered, Your Honor. He already answered.
I'll sustain that.
I have no further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're excused. Yes. Okay.
We call David Marty.
I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yep, I do.
Okay. You can lower your hand. Well, approach the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. You can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Yes, sir. My name is David Burdick. David Burdick.
Defense?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, you stated that your name is David Burdick. Where do you live?
Currently, I live in Cedar Park, Texas.
Okay, and that's a city slightly north of Austin.
Northwest, about 12 miles.
Okay. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in upstate New York, outside of Rochester, New York.
Okay. And did you go to high school there?
Yes, sir. Small town, Palmyra, Macedon.
And after, did you graduate from high school?
Yes, sir.
After graduation, did you go to college?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go to college?
I graduated from St. John Fisher College in Rochester, New York, with a degree in bachelor's in history.
Did you, after graduating college, did you get employment?
In 2000, I decided to move to San Antonio, Texas. I got offered a job at Fox Tech High School to teach history and coach football, and at that time, baseball.
Okay. And that was in 2000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that would be starting with the fall of 2000 school year?
Yes, sir. I moved down here July 2000, and Fox Tech was my place of employment.
Having grown up in upstate New York and having attended and graduated from St. John's University, would you describe what type of culture shock you encountered when you started teaching at Fox Tech?
It was a major culture shock. I grew up in a rural, not necessarily affluent, but working farming community. My high school may have had a minority population of 1%. It was a small school, and I moved in, started working in the inner city of San Antonio. Fox Tech High School. When I got the job, there were banners all over Fox Tech that said, you know, National Blue Ribbon School. So I was extremely excited. Turns out that it was National Blue Ribbon because the turnaround, because it had been so bad prior to 2000. I believe in '96 they basically fired everyone and hired a whole new staff. They fixed the numbers. The dropout rate at the time was somewhere around 50%, and attendance was around that also. And so by 2000, they changed those numbers, and they were much, much better. But it was a total culture shock. Again, having grown up, played football, my father was an athletic director and a coach, and I was under the impression you never miss practice, you were never late to practice, you never talked back to a coach. Those were all of those values that I grew up with, and there was almost no flexibility on that. When I got to Fox Tech, my very first year, we were walking back. The football field is across the road from our locker room, and we're walking back, and you know, one of Otis's teammates, the tackle, was kind of walking in, and I yelled at him, "Hey, let's get moving, get on it!" And he kind of turned around and F-bombed me, and I was in absolute shock. You know, I was like, "Wait, hold on a second, what's going on here?" And sat down with the head coach, Coach Peel, who would be here speaking on Otis' behalf today, but he passed away 2 years ago. But Coach Peel sat down with me. I'm a young coach, and I had never experienced anything remotely like that. And I said, "Hey, you know, this guy's got to go. He has to, you know, we got to suspend him. He's got to be kicked off the team. You don't do that to coaches." And Coach Peel was 100% supportive of me. He said, "You know, Coach, you know, if that's something that you really want and you think that that's what we need to do, then we will do that. We'll suspend him." And he goes, "But I just wanted to let you know what my philosophy is at Fox Tech." And he told me, "My philosophy is save them all. Save them all. We can kick this kid off the team right now and let whatever happened to him, or we can train him. We can get him to be a yes sir, no sir guy, and we can change his life." And Coach Peel, I really appreciated it. Maybe, you know, at that moment, I felt tiny. I was like, "Man, you're right. This is what I'm here for. I'm not just a football coach to yell at kids and get them to block somebody. It's a little bit more than that."
From your prior experience with facilities, how would you have rated the facilities at Fox Tech for athletics?
For athletics, when I got there, the facilities were very bad. So it's actually, Fox Tech is a really interesting place. It's in the middle of the city.
the highway runs directly next to the football field. There's no football field there anymore. They've built a parking garage, I think, or a storage unit. The football field's gone. But back then, our athletic area, the locker room, was bad. They did build us a new field house 2 years in, probably 2001, 2002, which was nice. It was $1 million facility. But before that, it was not nice. The building is old. That's across from the library. But there's a lot of tradition at Fox Tech. There's literally generations of people in San Antonio that have went to Fox Tech and graduated from Fox Tech. And even though I believe today it's like an academy that has a few hundred kids in it, the graduates have a lot of pride in the place.
The population itself, what was the makeup?
So the makeup of Fox Tech is, it's an inner city school. I want to say the percentage was about 92% Hispanic, 7% African American, and about 1% other. The socioeconomic makeup is 99% lower socioeconomic. SAPD as a school district, when I was a teacher and a coach there, gave 100% of the students free breakfast and free lunch because of their lower socioeconomic status. It's a large population, comes from the directly west side of San Antonio, and some people think west side of San Antonio, further out. When I say west side, I mean directly part of the city, just connected to the city. Fox Tech students, as a teacher in the classroom, I taught many different students. I was there for 7 years, from 2000 to 2000. Let's say August 2000 till May of 2007. And in the classroom, it was an incredible experience for me as a new teacher. I needed to learn a lot of classroom management. I would say if you had a classroom of 20 kids, which was rare, what usually was about 30, but I'm using 20 as a even number for you guys. I would say that 7 of the kids in my class were just really wonderful, quiet, hardworking kids that did all their work. And then I'd say another 7 of them were really good kids that didn't do their work at all. Right, it was very difficult to push them to do their work, but they were not a discipline issue. They weren't, they were respectful. And then there would be 6 kids in the classroom that would challenge you every day. It was extremely difficult, but I did learn a ton of classroom management skills. And some of the kids were tough. I mean, I had a number of times where a kid would be moved into my class, in the middle of the semester, and I'd ask him, hey, where are you coming from? And he'd be like, I was locked up. So Fox Tech, like I said, they're the kids that are there are wonderful young people, young men, young women, but it was a challenging place that had kids that had a lot of family issues, a lot of hardships. And after about 5.5 years, I got a little tired emotionally, physically. I mean, when I started Fox Tech, I guess I was just altruistic. I know I'm a good teacher and I'm a good coach. I know I care about kids, and so I was like, this is where I need to be. These kids need me more than any of these other kids. And so,
sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
I'm going to object at this point to the narrative and the relevancy about all the kids.
So the next question.
Let me ask this. At some point while you were assigned to Fox Tech,
yes, sir.
Did you have any interaction with a student named Otis McKane?
Yes, sir.
And you see that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, Otis is right there.
Would you identify him just for the record?
Otis is in the blue pants with the tie and glasses.
Okay, the record reflects he's identified the defendant. All right. And how, do you recall your first interaction, or is it just something that generally happened?
For sure, you can remember when Otis gets to school. He was a transfer in. His cousin was a really good athlete and really funny kid, hard worker. Otis's group, that class, had some special athletic ability. And so as a football coach, when Otis came in, he was tall, he was athletic, and we knew that his cousin was a football player. And so we were really excited when he came in. Having met Otis, I see, in this moment, it's hard. This is a difficult situation. And we see Otis over there, and he's serious, and he has to be serious because it's a serious situation. But y'all are missing the Otis that I met, that I knew for 3 years. He had giant smiles. He had jokes and laughs, and he would go back and forth with you. And you can't see that today. You can't see the humanity that he is because of this situation. And that is really heavy on my heart, because the Otis McKane I knew in high school was joyous, was a great teammate. The smile that he would give was it just would light up a room. Him and his cousin and the whole crew, they were the whole bunch of his friends. They were really a joy to coach.
When you would have interaction with him, you were just his coach, right? You didn't teach him history or anything?
I did not have him in class.
So when you were, I believe you justified that you were a football coach.
When I was hired, I coached just football and baseball for 2 years. And then at many schools, coaches come and go, and we were short a coach. And so they asked me to coach basketball as well. So my wife would say, oh my gosh, you're doing all these sports. And then I would say, well, yeah, but I'm getting a stipend for basketball now. And she says, is there another sport you could coach? I'm sorry. I apologize. So I was coaching basketball when Otis was a junior and senior. I coached freshmen, and so I would see him at practice there also.
Okay. So you were his football and basketball coach?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that period, you described one individual that you were intolerant of and had to run in and talk to Coach Field about.
Yes, sir.
Was Otis that type of student?
No, sir. No, if I were to describe Otis again, I would say that he wasn't. He was he the great student? No, but he was good enough to compete, so he was eligible. I was in charge of the grade checks. As a young coach, what a horrible job, just having to get all these grade checks from teachers. And on the grade checks, this is again back from 2000 to 2004 when Otis was there, and I think probably through 2007 it was all paper. So we had to print out all these paper off this database and went to every teacher, and the teacher would check off, passing. If they were failing, they'd put the grade and circle it, and if they had any classroom issues, those would be written down as well. My job was to go through all of those, make a list of kids that were academic issues and had classroom issues. And Otis was not one of those kids. He did enough to pass. He was liked by his teachers and his coaches.
And was he respectful to you?
Yes, sir. Otis is a yes sir, no sir guy, and you guys have seen film of him saying yes, ma'am. That's who he is. I would say that a person is not the sum of a person is not his worst event, his worst act. That's not the sum of a person, and I don't believe that's the sum of Otis.
Do you recall the event? And Reggie had testified to it earlier when this car got shot up.
Yes, sir. Fox Tech was really a plethora of events
of stories of different students and different people. In this situation, I remember specifically for one reason. Our typical routine was after school on a game day, and this was specifically a scrimmage day, it wasn't a game day. And so Coach Peel decided, typically in the morning, we would get $1 or $2 from every kid before the game. And we would go order double cheeseburgers from Wendy's. And they would come over and they would eat the double cheeseburgers, whether it was one or two, and then we would go to the scrimmage. The school bus would come pick us up for the scrimmage, and we'd load up and we would go to whatever field it is. And this time it was wild, because this was the time he decided, Dave Peel said, you know, hey, let's let them go. Let's let them just go get what they want this time. We'll see how that works. And next thing I know, these kids are running back. Otis, little LJ, Reggie mentioned little LJ was our ball boy. He was a cousin of one of the players, and he would come and he would ride the bus with us to the game, and he would be the ball boy on the sideline. And little LJ, I don't know if he was 10, 12, he was little. And he went with Otis and Ronnie and these guys, and they were, as I recall, they were driving a car. I don't know whose car it was, but somebody had thrown a rock, and they jumped out of the car like, hey, who's throwing a rock? And some kids behind the bushes had guns, and they were shooting at them. And so they left the car at the intersection and ran back to the school 2 or 3 blocks back. The windshield was smashed. There were actual bullet holes in the car. They kicked the doors so that there were dents and smashed the hood of the car. Yeah, I mean, that was just another one of the many stories of Fox Tech, and Otis happened to be there at that time.
Now, after Otis graduated from Fox Tech, well, let me back up and ask you one other thing. You said you kept track of the grades of all the athletes, or the ones that were on the team and all that?
Yes, sir.
Did it also include discipline reports?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you ever recall receiving a report from any of Otis's teachers that he had caused any kind of discipline problem in the classroom?
No, sir. Again, Otis in the field house and in the school was, you know, that positive, happy kid. Was he perfect in classroom? My guess is no. I mean, my guess is that he joked around too much with his friends. I'm sure his teacher told him, hey, Otis, quiet down, or hey, let's get back to work. I wouldn't paint Otis as a studious kid that's sitting in the front row, always raising his hand and asking 100 questions. But I would paint him or picture him as a guy who was talking with his friends and having fun and being respectful of his teacher. You know, I can guarantee you it was yes, ma'am. I can guarantee that.
Now, after Otis graduated, did you have any further contact with him?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hear anything about him?
So Otis.
Object at this point to hear.
Yes, sir.
I just asked if you heard anything.
He was getting ready to answer what.
So that was a yes or no question. Right, you want to ask it again?
Well, I'm just kidding. Did you become aware that Otis tried to try out for the Austin Spurs, which is part of the San Antonio Spurs D League?
And Judge, I mean, obviously, he is saying the hearsay in his question, I mean, which is trying to backdoor the question.
Good for the gambler.
You can rephrase it.
Anyway, I'm objecting because that's improper questioning.
Well, I'll tell you what, Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Is it Burdick?
Yeah, it's Burdick.
Mr. Burdick, there are, how many kids did you say? You said there's a lot of kids at Fox Tech and at a lot of high schools, would you say, around San Antonio and throughout the country that who live in homes with family issues. Would you agree with me?
Yes, so I would agree with you. As a school teacher, I've been in many different schools. I spent 7 years at Fox Tech High School. I went
after I left Fox Tech, I was an athletic coordinator at Bernie Middle School North. Bernie is an entirely different community, different environment. Then I spent 4 years at Ronald Reagan High School in the Northeast School District in Stone Oak in San Antonio. Extremely different. I would say that if you were to compare Fox Tech to Ronald Reagan, it would be like mirroring, like a negative. You know, they're completely opposite of one another. Currently, I work at Vista Ridge High School in Cedar Park, Texas, which is actually I really love it. It's got a great variation of lower socioeconomic and well off and a good middle class. But Fox Tech, you know, I have a lot of experience. It has a much larger percentage of students with issues, and it's the reason I left. There was so much emotional drain on myself. It wasn't that I didn't love those kids. It was they were great kids. They're all good kids at Fox Tech, but there was so much extra work, so much extra need for the coaches and the teachers. You know, the idea that when you give your children over to the school, that the teachers and the coaches become their parents, that's the idea, and it becomes very, very difficult. I have my own children, and they are difficult. I mean, at times it's hard to be there for them. At Fox Tech, it was literally hundreds every year of kids that were not just easy; they were hard.
Okay, so my question.
I'm sorry.
My question. No, that's okay. I understand. But my question was, there are a lot of students at Fox Techs and high schools around the country who have family issues or issues at home. Would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
say that's a fair
Absolutely. At every school.
At every school, right? And there's kids or students at schools that have only one parent. Is that right? Like one parent, their parents are divorced, or they never knew their father or their mother. Is that a fair statement? You've come across that in your career?
Yes, ma'am.
Many students who live in single parent households.
Divorce is a major issue in the United States. Absolutely.
Divorce, or even
Or not being,
or
yeah,
maybe
sure.
the parents weren't even married in the first place, right?
And dying, parents
Or
dying.
parents die,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And so, but many children go through that in their life, unfortunately. Would you say?
I would say that, yes.
Okay. And then you talked about that there's kids at the school who, obviously, you said at Fox Tech, who come from lower economic incomes, whose families don't make a lot of money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But how many of these students that you have been personally involved with, that you have either taught or coached or met, have been charged and convicted of capital murder?
Well, I know one.
Right, one sitting in this corner right here, right?
Well, yes, our backup quarterback, my first year, won the Chili Bowl, which was a pretty big deal, and then the next year was the driver in a drive-by, and so he's in. Case? Yes, ma'am. He's in jail for the rest of his life.
In prison for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so.
So 2 out of Fox Tech.
Okay, and you've dealt with thousands.
0 out of the rest. Yeah, I figured it out. 4,500 maybe kids.
Okay.
Personally.
Career, right? Okay. And so the testimony you gave this jury, and you talked about the type of person the defendant was in high school.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
were only around him for 3 years of his teenage years. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And once he graduated from Fox Tech, you had no other communication. You never saw him again after he left Fox Tech, after he graduated. Is that true?
To my knowledge, I mean, he graduated in 2004. I was there till 2007. Did he attend any games? Was he there afterwards? I couldn't tell you, and I can't tell you. I mean, that's a possibility, but not with the experience or any real time. No.
Well, I'm asking in terms of your relationship with the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So your relationship with Otis McKane ended. You had 3 years with him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
His teenage years. And then once he graduated, that was the end of your relationship with them. Is that correct? You had no other contact with them, whether it's in person or by phone or email or anything else. Is that a fair statement?
No, ma'am. And
It's not a fair statement? It's
no,
not-
yes, it's a fair statement. I had not made any made contact with him or a relationship with him after school. Like I said, I cannot speak for Coach Peel. That's why he would have been here.
I'm not asking about Coach Peel. I'm asking about you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. But he's passed away, so he's not able to be here
Yeah, and I'm not sure why you're bringing someone else into this. I'm talking about you.
because
and your
he was our head coach.
Judge, I'm going to object to the way
You're asking me questions.
Hang on.
Yes, ma'am.
So the lady cannot get more than one voice
Yes,
at a
ma'am.
time?
Yes, sir.
If you could just answer the question that she asked.
Could you repeat the question,
Sure.
please?
So all the information you've given this jury has been when the defendant was what? 15, 16, 17 years old, somewhere around there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he was 31 years old when he put a gun to the back of Detective Marconi's head and shot him twice. Do you realize that?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that that was this man's choice to do it?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a short break.
All right, for the jury.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you can lower your hand. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Sandra McKane. It's spelled SANDRA, MCKNE, and I'm the mother of Otis McKane.
All right. Defense?
Ms. McCain, where were you born, ma'am?
In San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. And what part of San Antonio were you born in? I mean, the north side, the west side?
Oh, the east side.
East side. Ma'am, and did you grow up all your life on the east side?
Yes.
For the most part, well, your childhood, you know what I'm saying? And what schools did you attend, just generally?
My elementary school, I went to Booker T. Washington, middle school, Emerson. At the time, then it's Wheatley High School, but at the time it was Emerson. I went to Fox Tech High School.
At some point, did you ever go to college, man?
No, I did not.
After high school, where did you work? You can tell the jury just generally speaking.
My first job was at Wendy's.
Okay. And how long roughly did you work at Wendy's?
It's about a year. About a year.
And did you have different jobs then at different times?
Yes. Yes.
And at some point, did you have children?
Yes, I have 4 children.
And can you name your children just by first name?
The first one is Otis McKane. The second one is Natasha McKane. The third one is Simone McKane. The last one is Jeremiah McKane.
And what year was Otis born?
1985.
And ma'am, at that time, were you in your 20s, your 30s? How old were you?
Probably like 24.
And then, if I were to tell you that Latasha came 4 years later, and then Simone came 8 years later, would that be accurate?
Somewhere around that. Yes, sir.
And then Jeremiah, right now, how old is Jeremiah?
He's 13.
When you had Otis, who is Otis's biological father?
His name is James Brown.
And was Mr. Brown ever in Otis's life, or did you have to struggle with him by yourself?
I pretty much did have to struggle by himself. He was in his life for a couple of years. When he was first born, say like from the time he was born to like 5 years old, but after that I pretty much had to struggle.
And what did Mr. Brown do for them?
He worked at Church Michigan.
When you first had Otis, where were you living? What street, just generally speaking?
I was there with my mom, also Burnett Street.
And is that also on the east side, ma'am?
Yes,
sir. And how long did you live there? And who was living there? Your mom, you, I imagine, Otis?
And my sisters.
Okay. And how many siblings do you have? How many brothers and sisters do you have?
Right now I have 2 sisters and 2 brothers. It was a total of 7 of us. 2 of them died. 2 of my siblings died. One sister died and one brother died.
Okay. And did they die of natural causes?
Well, one died from cancer and one got shot, killed.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to hear that. Now, when you said that you were living at your mother's when Otis was born, at some point did you move out?
I did.
And do you recall when or how old Otis would have been when you moved out?
I would say around 7.
And where were you working at this time? If you remember.
I believe I was working at a nightclub with my mom.
With your mother? Mm-hmm. And when you worked, who took care of Otis back then?
My sisters and brothers.
Now, Where did Otis go to elementary school?
Booker T. Washington.
And where did he go to in middle school?
Ed White Elementary School.
And high school?
Fox Tech.
Now, when Otis was in middle school, where were you working?
Middle school. I believe I was working at Jack in the Box.
Did you ever work 2 jobs?
No.
Did you work long hours?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time, let's say maybe beginning middle school, maybe a little bit later, did Otis assist you in taking care of Natasha and Simone?
Yes.
And we know you worked long hours, late hours. And so what were Otis's responsibilities around the house when you were gone with regards to Natasha and Simone?
Well, he'll clean up, he'll cook for them, make sure they taken care of at home, time to put them to bed, if I didn't make any time to put them to bed.
And this began in middle school when he was in middle school?
Oh, no.
Okay. What? No?
No, that's what I when he was in middle school, no.
When did it begin?
Well, I'll say well, probably the end of the middle school.
Okay.
This last year. Yeah, around the last year he was helping out for.
Okay.
Yeah, started like around the last year.
And so
he was like
his
about 13.
Okay. So his last year in middle school, he started taking those responsibilities. And now, when you said he would cook, even back then, are you talking popcorn and microwaves, or was he he like to cook?
He could like hamburgers, hot dogs, something simple. Corn.
And where were you living when he was in middle school?
I believe it was in Camelot, on the northeast side.
And just I'm not too familiar. Is that an apartment or was
It's
it
like a duplex house. It was a duplex house.
And just because the court reporter, it can only take one voice at a time. If we can go, I'll ask a question and then you can answer. We can't speak over each other. Is what I'm asking you. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, once he's in middle school, you said, how long were you working? Where did you say you were working? I'm sorry, man. During middle school.
Working more than one job.
Okay.
So it was like the first time I was working Jack in the Box, and then I was working at a hostess, and I was working at a Sally beauty salon surrounding times. Sometimes I get off at 8 when I'm working at Jack in the Box. Sometimes I get off at 11.
Yes, ma'am. Now, at some point, of course, he gets out of middle school, correct? And then he starts going to Madison first?
Yeah, he went to Madison for a few months, yeah.
Now, let's backtrack to elementary. How would you describe for this jury Otis's personality and character when he was in elementary, just generally speaking? Can you tell them?
A funny person, fun, liked to play outside. He was a good little boy. Well, to a certain extent, kids tell him don't do this, don't do that. You gotta whoop him. But he was a pretty good little boy. He was in elementary school.
Now, even back then, did he like sports?
Mm-hmm. He liked to go outside and wanted to go to the basketball court and play basketball.
Okay. And how far from where you lived when he was in elementary? And maybe not all the years, but how far would the basketball courts be?
Like 3 blocks up from where we lived there, or walking up there.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, with regards to just generally his grades in elementary, and I'll progress from there. Just generally, was he an okay student, a decent student in elementary?
Yeah, he was about a C average.
And what about, did you ever have a lot of discipline problems with him in elementary, or not?
No.
And we go to middle school then. When does he start playing, if he does, group sports, organized sports in school? Is it in middle school or not yet?
So he was about 14, teenager. We used to start playing in the communities, like outside in community schools with his cousins. They go play ball, and they'll join the other community, when they play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
They'll play basketball. And he also, he's taking the church, it's a church called World Pentecostal. And he used to go up there and play basketball up there.
And now, how were his grades in middle school?
Still like a C average.
And what about his discipline? Any problems with discipline that you recall at school?
I can't remember what has been bad at school.
Hey, ma'am, can you
I can't
speak up?
Yes, I can't remember him being like bad at school.
Okay. Now we'll go to his period in high school. I think at this time you were living off Nacogdoches, outside the Loop, 410. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long had you been living there at this time? Or did you just move in there when you started high school? If you remember.
I lived there for about a year.
Now, how did the decision come about that Otis would switch from Madison to Fox Tech?
Because his cousin was playing football and basketball, and he was telling him, come over here so you can play sports with us. And we kind of like got him over there in Fox Tech. I got him in Fox Tech because that's what he wanted to do.
But to go to Fox Tech, Otis had to go through certain struggles as far as busing all the way over there is a good distance, and then taking the city bus back. Right?
Yes, sir.
But he still did it.
Yes.
Okay. And were you involved in that decision?
Yeah, so because he wanted to go to school to play basketball. He wanted to go to school.
Yes, ma'am.
Over there with his cousins so he could play football and basketball.
Okay. And did you? I don't know. Is Fox Tech is an inner city high school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And did you have any idea, if you did it, of the academic comparison, if you will, between Fox Tech and Madison High School?
I can say yes.
Okay. And so, was one high school better academically than the other one? I'm not too sure.
I would say Madison probably was.
Okay. Now, when he started playing, when he transferred to Fox Tech, did he immediately go into sports? Do you remember?
I believe he did when he got there.
And do you remember what sports he played?
Yes, he played basketball and football. I went to several games, basketball games, the Chili Bowls.
Now, for sure now, by the time he's in Fox Tech, we know his freshman year he went to Madison, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time he's at Fox Tech, you're still working long hours, correct? Do you remember where you're working now?
I believe I was working at Walmart. I was on Route 14.
Yes, ma'am. And Otis is still helping out to feed, clothe, help bathe Simone.
I'm going to object to defense counsel testifying, Your Honor.
Also staying.
So once he's at Fox Tech, and I guess you're in Madison, what is Otis doing with regards to Simone and Latasha?
Rephrase the question, please.
Well, we know you're working long hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess in the evenings you're not home sometimes, or a lot of times, I'm not too sure. So what is Otis doing with regards to any care, if any, for Latasha and Simone?
Like when you get home from
Yes,
school,
ma'am.
when I have to work, again, like I said, he will make sure they eat and they taken care of and make sure they go to bed on time for school.
So
if I get in late.
I didn't hear you, ma'am.
I said if I come home late.
Yes. And so by the time you got home, where would Latasha and Simone be?
If I get in late, they be bed, they be asleep. If I come home like at 10, they'll be asleep.
Do you remember, Fox Tech is a good distance from where your apartment was, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there would be travel times on the city buses that always have to get up early and make it to Fox Tech.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing coming back, is that, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
While he was at Fox Tech, do you recall how he was as a student, as far as academics?
He was pretty good in sports. He was pretty good in sports.
Okay. And in his grades?
His grades were negative.
Okay. And did you have any discipline problems with him in high school? If he did, and if not, that's okay. No?
No.
Now, once Otis graduated from high school, do you know where he went as far as any schooling?
Yeah, he went to PowerPoint College for a year in Dallas.
Do you know if he works over there?
No, I don't.
After the year, did he come back to San Antonio?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And when he came back to San Antonio, did he move in with you?
Yes.
For how long?
I would say for about a year or two, then he got his own place.
So now he's 19 years old, roughly, right, when he came back?
Mm-hmm.
Now, did Otis graduate with his class, or did he graduate, did
He
walk
graduated he graduated about 2 or 3, I believe it was 2 or 3 weeks later.
And do you know why?
I believe he was showing no credit.
So he didn't get to walk across with his class graduation? No?
No, sir.
And then, maybe I forgot, how long did he live with you when he came back after the year at Paul Point?
About 2 years,
And how old are Simone and Latasha when Otis is 19? If I were to tell you that maybe Latasha was 15 and Simone was 11, would that be kind of accurate?
Well, Otis and Tasha was 4 years apart, so Tasha would be like 17.
Okay, because now he's 21.
Yeah.
You moved.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm sorry.
And would Otis still help you during the time that he was living with you, with Latasha and Simone?
Well, pretty much, yeah. He always been the big brother.
And during this time, where were you working now?
Yeah, I was working at Bill Miller's.
We know you said for 3 years, so roughly when he's 21, maybe 22, he moves out. Do you know where he went to live?
I believe he had his apartment over there off it's part of Nacogdoches and it's go way down, it's another, it ends to Nacogdoches end and it's apartments over at the end. I don't remember the street.
That's fine. It's over there close to Nacogdoches.
Yes.
Now, at some point, do you know places that Otis was working during this time period, roughly?
I remember him working at McDonald's.
Any other places that you can remember?
I remember him working at the newspaper. Probably farther up a little bit ahead, but I remember him working there.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Probably a little bit farther up. Years, but I remember him working at the newspaper, Express newspaper.
Now, at some point, Otis meets Sahara Payet Hill, right?
Yes, sir.
And then subsequent to that, maybe a year later, year and a half, they have a baby.
Yes, sir.
Now, during this time, Otis and Sahara started having problems.
Yes, sir.
Now, we know that at some points in time, there were orders entered, legal orders entered, authorizing and ordering Ms. Sahara Payet Hill to allow Otis visitation per court order with his baby, right? You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if Otis wanted to be a part of his child's life?
Yes, he did.
And how passionate was he about that?
He always told me he wanted to be a father to his son, and that he was living with me.
Excuse me, I'm going to object to this point to any hearsay, any statements made by the defendant is hearsay.
Well, let's get the next question.
Without telling me what he said, what did Otis want to be as a father?
He wanted to raise his son and take care of him.
And we know that Mr. Brown was not a part of Otis's life, generally.
Yes, sir.
Now, with regards to Latasha and Simone and then Jeremiah, is Mr. Brown their father?
No, sir.
Okay. Who is the father of Latasha? Or
Barry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Barry Thomas is the father of Latasha and Simone.
Okay. And then Jeremiah has a different father.
Yes, sir.
Now, did the fathers of Latasha and Simone and Jeremiah come around for different events of the family?
Sometimes.
Did Mr. Brown ever come around for events of the family?
No, sir.
And did that affect Otis?
I don't know. Yes.
Okay. Now, were there times where, if you know, that Otis tried to exercise, there were orders to have his child delivered at your residence, were there times where that wouldn't happen, just the visitation wouldn't occur?
Sometimes the baby didn't come.
Okay. And would Otis be waiting for to see his child? At times?
Like when she's supposed to bring me the baby?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And were you under the impression that there was a court order that Otis could only see his child in public places or something like that? Was that your impression?
I was aware that there was a court order that he's supposed to see his child on the weekends.
Okay. And where did this idea, if you know, that you can only see him in a public place with a supervision come from? Did you know that?
No.
Okay. Now, was there a time where Otis' behavior and personality start to change or begin to change?
Yes.
And was this closer to 2015 and 2016?
So, 2012.
Okay. And let me backtrack. If you know, what kind of toll did it take on Otis not to be able to see his child?
It hurted him. He was upset.
And did you try and help him?
Help him calm down?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And when you said it hurt him, what do you mean?
Like his feelings.
I mean, would he cry?
Yeah, he'll get upset. He'll go through.
And when we say that his personality or character began to change, are you aware if he was using drugs?
I was aware that he was. I was aware that he smoked weed. It's some fake stuff.
You may not know, but it's synthetic marijuana called K2 and Spice. So
I don't know. I don't do drugs. Never smoked. Never did anything. So I don't know.
And how did Otis's personality or character begin to change? How did it show itself?
But sometimes, when I experience that, he'll be in the room and he'll be talking to himself, and I'll be asking him who you're talking to, and I'll be like, you're talking to all of your cousin, you know, calm down, and then I'll shut the door and I'll go back into the living room. And I was like, something's not right because he's talking to himself.
And that began to happen more and more often, right?
Sometimes.
Did he also become obsessed that when you all were having any discussion about an unrelated subject, that he would bring it around to not seeing his child?
I'm going to object to defense counsel leaving the witness, Your Honor.
I'll suspend.
Well, with regards to the visitation on his child, how much effect did it have on him?
He just wanted to see his son. He wanted to take care of him. He was just determined to take care of his son.
Now, at the time that his, you say that, you know, you see him talking to himself or you hear him talking to himself, at any time did anyone, or did you seek any medical help for him or anything?
No, I did not, because he had calmed down. Sometimes he calmed down and I think it'll go away. It's not like 24 hours.
Go ahead, may how long? Now, during this time that Otis is struggling with the visitation, do you know where he's working?
Sometimes he have a job, and then sometimes the only job that I can remember was a newspaper, the Express newspaper downtown.
And were you aware that at some point he lived with Reggie?
Midget lived with us.
Oh, you're right. Reggie lived with you when he was younger, though, right?
Yes.
Now, at a later time, were you aware that he moved in with Reggie?
I can't remember that, sir. Sorry.
Now, did you ever take care of Otis's child, Sahara, and Otis's baby?
Yeah, sometimes she'll bring him over.
Okay. And did she ever go to your house one time when she had dropped off the child and picked the child up and took it away, basically?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the reason for that?
Because my son had came over and she dropped the son off. And she came and she called the police to come to get the baby.
And what was the reason for that? That Otis was there or showed up?
He had came.
And to your knowledge, did Otis have the right to do that?
He had the right to come to my house.
And so Sahara got the police involved and ended up taking the child. Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And how did that affect Otis?
It bothered him.
Now, once Otis started changing, and other than talking to himself, did he become more depressed? How did he change?
He was always sad
and what else, ma'am?
I could tell he was hurting.
Now, let's fast forward now to, we know Otis has been changing, and let's go to November 20th of 2016, the date of the murder of Officer Otis Marconi, Benjamin Marconi. On that date, where were you around 11:38 in the morning?
I was at church.
And at some point, when did you find out that an officer of the San Antonio Police Department had been killed?
Later on that evening, because when I came home, I was getting phone calls. They seen an image that said it looked like my son was on TV and an officer just got killed.
So I want to make sure that I heard you correctly. You started getting calls saying that
it looked like my son.
Okay. And I gather at some point you viewed those videos.
I watched one.
Okay. Then if we fast forward to November the 21st, at some point you found out that Otis had been arrested for the capital murder.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So how did you find out that your son Otis had been arrested for the capital murder of Officer Benjamin Marconi?
It was at my mother's. We saw his picture taken when he got handcuffs.
Would you say that that could be a mom's worst nightmare?
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Now, and ma'am, so I guess you, like everybody else, have been waiting all these years for this trial. And of course, now you know that Otis has been convicted for the capital murder of San Antonio police officer Benjamin Marconi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And ma'am, do you love Otis?
I love my son. I love my son. I love my son. And to the Marconi family, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And out there. I love my son. And I don't want him to get the death penalty. But you must forgive him. Forgive him, please. Forgive him. Forgive him.
This is improper. It's improper testimony, and the defense knows it.
Well,
I'm sorry.
All right, next question.
Well, we'll pass the word.
Ms. McKane?
Yes.
Do you need to take a break, or can I ask you questions? You answered questions from the defense regarding your son, Otis McKane. You went through elementary school, and you went through middle school, and you went through high school, and said that there were no disciplinary issues with him during that time. Do you recall that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
But he did get arrested as a juvenile for deadly conduct and terroristic threats. Is that correct?
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Okay.
When he was 13, I'm sorry.
And cops were called. In fact, it was your daughter Simone who called the police.
No, it was Tasha.
I'm sorry, Tasha. I'm sorry, your daughter Tasha who called the police.
Yes, sir.
Because,
Yes, ma'am.
because the defendant had a 12-inch knife, and he was threatening Ronnie with the knife. Ronnie's his cousin, right?
Yes.
And he was when the police got there. He tells the police that he was going to cut Ronnie. Do you remember that?
I was there now. They
Do you
called me.
remember
I was
the
at
case?
work. I remember the case, yeah. He went to juvenile for 2 weeks.
You're on a minute approach.
Yeah.
Ms. McKane, I'm going to show show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1407. This is the juvenile judgment and the paperwork. It's juvenile cause number 99 JUV 01999, correct? Okay. And under the court's admonition and respondent's waiver and affidavit, this is your signature, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes? The
yes,
court
yes.
Okay. And this is also your signature on the juvenile probation order. Is that correct? Your signature is right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And the defendant's
Yes, ma'am.
signature? Okay. And again, on the conditions of probation, this is your signature as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the defendant's signature, right? Okay. And in this case, you had to be in court for him, right, as his parent, and you had to sign these documents? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Your Honor, this time the state is to introduce State's Exhibit 407. And the person that was charged with this offense is juvenile judgment, an offense of deadly conduct and terroristic threats, is your son, Otis McKane?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the same person you've identified in court already, right?
May we approach you on
Is that?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. this is the judgment, is that correct, pertaining to your son, the defendant, for the offense here of terroristic threats? Do you see that? And it's on the 6th day of August of 1999. Do you see that, ma'am?
Mm-hmm.
And you were in court with him, is that right? It has your name here. And it says that you, it has the defendant's name and then the lawyer's name and the child's mother or father, and it has your name.
Okay.
On August 10th, 1999. And he ends up pleading to the offense of, let's see, deadly conduct, terroristic threats. Do you remember that, ma'am?
To who?
I'm sorry?
You say to deadly threat to who?
To Ronnie. Ronnie,
Okay.
right? Ronnie, his cousin.
Okay.
Ronnie McKane.
Okay.
Okay. And the language says that he pled to on the T for true, count 2, that on or about the 31st day of May, 1999, Bexar County, state of Texas, the defendant did then and there threaten to commit an offense involving violence to Ronnie McKane, hereinafter called complainant, namely to cut the said complainant with a knife, with intent to place complainant in fear of imminent serious bodily injury, and the said act on the part of the respondent is an offense against the state of Texas of the grade of misdemeanor, the terroristic threat. Is that right? That you see, ma'am? Is that what you remember? Okay. And that he received probation and he had to attend, as part of his, on the probation records, he had to do community service. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Had a curfew, right? Had to be at your residence by 9 o'clock, 6 months probation, complete a victim impact panel. He went to anger management counseling. Do you remember that? At 13, he's going to anger management counseling.
Okay.
All right, and this is your signature, is that right, Ms. McCain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the defendant's signature. This is what's the probation, juvenile probation order. And he had to, so do you remember him attending the anger management classes or counseling?
I was really going to the classes.
You don't remember? Okay. But it was ordered, is that right?
It was ordered.
Okay.
But I don't really do it.
So you don't know whether or not he did or not?
I know he didn't go to any of the classes.
Oh, you know he didn't go to anger management, even though it was ordered by the court?
Because I don't remember him going.
Okay. And then there's mandatory school attendance, right, with good behavior?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So this was the first of his criminal offenses, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall how scared Latasha was? How she told the police how she was afraid of him, of the defendant?
Well, just in order to lack of personal knowledge.
I'm asking if she remembers, Judge.
Well, no,
She
ask her
meant-
if she knows.
So that was a yes or no question. You can answer that, yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. She was extremely afraid that.
Hey, man, can you put this on my diary or?
Yes.
Ms. McCain, were you present during the time of this event?
No, I was not.
Okay, thank you. Lack of personal knowledge, Your Honor.
May I continue to ask questions, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. So you know your daughter, Latasha McCain, very well. Would you
Yes.
agree with me? Okay. And you came home right? Right afterwards?
Yeah, they called me from work and I had to come home.
They called you from work. And when you got home, were the police, the Bear County Sheriff's Office, were they at your home?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe Latasha, your daughter? How was she feeling?
She was upset.
She was upset. She was afraid, wasn't she?
She was upset, so she called the police because she thought they was going to fight.
And in fact, she was afraid that your son, Otis McKane, was going to stab Ronnie McKane.
No, she was just afraid because she thought maybe he would probably try to hurt her, but she didn't think he was going to stab her.
Well, that's what she told the police.
Well, Your Honor, we're going to
Told her.
object to hearsay, Your Honor. And lack of personal knowledge, speculation.
Do you know, ma'am? Is that she told the police that she
Well,
was...
Your Honor,
No, I don't know
again,
that.
Your Honor.
You don't
You're
know?
I don't know that part,
backdoor
no.
hearsay.
Okay, I'll suspend.
And that that 12-inch knife, the police recovered that, right while you were there? They took the knife away?
Yeah, because he would have dropped it. Yeah.
Because Otis wouldn't drop the knife, right?
Yeah.
And why wouldn't he drop it?
He was just hoping.
Your Honor,
I'm going to object to, let her answer the question.
No, not if it's an objectionable question. Lack of personal knowledge, speculation. She said, why wouldn't he drop the knife? She doesn't know.
She just said he wouldn't drop it, so I'm asking the why question.
Well,
She's-
All right, so I'll sustain the way the question was asked. You can rephrase it.
So you testified that he didn't drop the knife, right?
That's what they told me.
Oh, that's what they told you, he didn't drop it? Okay.
So I wasn't there, I was at work when I got there. He didn't have the knife in his hand.
So the police took the knife from him? Right, they didn't give it back to him, right?
No.
No, they took it from him, right?
Right.
As evidence in the case. Correct?
Yes.
And so then, we know that in 2006, that your son was arrested in Concho County. Where's Concho County?
I think it's in San Diego.
And where? I'm sorry?
I think it's in San Diego.
In San Diego, Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so he was arrested for possession of cocaine?
Yes.
Okay. And he was placed on probation for that offense?
Yes.
And that was in 2006. I think he's placed on probation, 2007 or something? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And while he was on probation for the drug case, he assaulted Saharia. Is that correct?
I believe so.
You remember that back in January of 2012. And
I wasn't there, but I believe so.
right. And so did he tell you about it? That he went
No.
to court? He never told you about
Oh, I knew he went to court. No, I was in there when he assaulted her.
Right.
Yeah.
But you knew but based on what he told you, you knew that he had assaulted her?
Well, he didn't tell me.
Oh, he never told you that? And did he tell you about the different times that he had threatened to kill her or choked her? Or
No, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, you... From listening to your testimony, you have always tried to provide for your children. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. You worked numerous jobs.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, not at the same time. You said not two at a time, but you worked, job after job. That you were continuously employed. Is that a fair statement?
I'm sorry?
That you were continuously employed. That you
Yes, ma'am.
always had a job, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Because you have a responsibility to your 4 children.
Yes, ma'am.
To take care of them, to provide for them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you did that. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You gave them a place to live, always, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You always had a home, whether it be a home that you had rented, or if you lived with your mother at times, right? Sometimes you said you had to live with your mother.
Yeah. When I had my first child.
When you had the defendant, right? You were living with mother, and then after that, at some point, you were able to, get on your own and work and provide and pay for a home. And you provided food for him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you taught him right from wrong. Is that a true statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that you were always there for your children. Even though you worked, you were always there for them.
Yes.
And the defense asked you about the defendant moving from Madison High School to Fox Tech.
Yes, ma'am.
And the purpose of that was so he could play sports. Is
Yes,
that right?
ma'am.
Okay. And so that was, would it be fair to say that that was his choice?
Well, he wanted to play basketball with his cousins.
Okay. And
And
so,
football.
because he wanted to play basketball and football with his cousin, he wanted to, and you said yes, right? You didn't keep him from doing that.
Well, he liked the sports.
Right, and Madison had sports too, right?
Yes, but he didn't like playing with that team.
Okay, but you allowed him, as his parent, you said, okay, right? It's something he wanted to do, to play sports at Fox Tech in the inner city San Antonio, and you said okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the testimony came out about this via bus ride, that he had to ride a bus 2.5 hours from your home on Nacogdoches to downtown and back every day.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? I'm sorry. Did the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can only take down words. And so, but that was again, that bus ride was his choice, right? Because he wanted to play basketball at Fox Tech.
Is something wrong with it because he wanted to play basketball? At
I'm
the
not
school.
understanding what you're asking. You're asking me, is there something wrong with that?
Was he wanted to play basketball in high school with his cousins?
No, I'm just saying, but that's not something he was forced to do. He wanted to do it, and you allowed him to do it. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the defense, they were saying, asking you questions about that he had to cook and clean and put the other children to bed. Was that a regular basis? Like every night?
No, it wasn't every night.
Right?
I only worked every day, every night. It wasn't every night. It was some days.
So some days, sometimes, right, you would end up working late, and your oldest
There's
son...
some days, like 2 days out of the week, I work late, and sometimes work in the daytime. It wasn't every day. It was 2 days, maybe 2 days out of the week. It wasn't every day. But he did help out.
Sure, he helped, like older kids help out in the family, right? If a parent works late, or if someone's working late or has to do something, the other kids, the older kids, the high school kids help out if a parent's not home. Don't you? Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay, but I didn't want to leave the impression with the jury that you're working all the time and he's having to do everything at the home. Is that
No,
true?
it wasn't every day he had to do it. No, it was like 2 days out of the week. Some days I worked in the daytime.
So on those 2 days out of the week, he would help out with the other kids, right?
Yes.
And you said that your son couldn't keep a steady job. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he kind of went from, I think one of the jobs was like the newspaper job. Was that just, 2 weeks or so, a short period of time? And maybe the McDonald's job was a couple weeks. Do you remember that? I mean, do you remember that being the case?
I don't know how long he worked there. I don't remember how long he worked there, but I remember he worked there.
Okay. And he wouldn't be able, why wasn't he able to keep a steady job?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And this is kind of after he gets back from Falkland College, so around, 19 years old or so, through 31 years. So for about 12 years or so, he
was doing a lot of jobs. I don't remember all the jobs, but he had more than one job. I just don't remember all the jobs.
and nothing for any length of time, is that right? And you said the defense counsel asked you about that he would, you said they asked you about kind of his relationship with his son, and you said he would get upset, but you'd have to try to calm him down. You'd help calm him down. What would happen when he'd get upset? What would you see?
He, like I said, he'll start talking to himself, you know, and he'll go in his room, and I have to go in there and talk to him.
Was he yelling?
In his room, to himself.
Is that a yes?
Yes, in his room, to himself.
Okay. Was he cursing? Like profanities?
Sometimes.
Okay. And so this, so you said, you know, he wanted to raise his son and take care of his son, but he was abusing, you know, assaulting his son's mother. And you're aware of that because of the protective order, right?
So they told me about it.
But you heard about it, is that right?
Yes.
And then this testimony that we're hearing about this K2 or this marijuana. So your son smoked marijuana. When did he begin smoking marijuana?
Then I was aware of, I would say around 2011.
2011. And so then before that was the cocaine in 2006?
Well, he don't smoke cocaine.
No, I didn't mean smoke, but using it. The cocaine before that, for the criminal case.
Oh, the case? Yeah, that was 2006.
So 2006 for the cocaine, and then in 2011 he started smoking marijuana?
Yes, that's when I was aware of it.
Okay. And how often did he smoke marijuana?
Sometimes they go outside and sit in the yard to relax to smoke it.
And when you said sometimes they go outside, who is
I
they?
said sometimes he will go outside.
Or sometimes he goes outside?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so sometimes, not all the time or not
Not all the
often, or
time.
just every now and then?
Just sometimes.
Just sometimes, okay. And then the questions they were asking you about the K2 or the spice, do you remember that line of question, the synthetic marijuana?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when was he using that? Or smoking that?
That's what I was talking about.
Oh, so sometime in 2011, every now and then,
No.
he would
Yes.
do that? Okay. And clearly now that's something that you wouldn't want around your grandson, right?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't want someone who's smoking synthetic marijuana or regular marijuana, right, to be around your grandson?
Yes.
And you said that they were asking you about the capital murder, the day of the capital murder. The people were calling you saying that that looked like Otis. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you saw the picture and you recognized that it was him, didn't you?
No, I did not see the picture and recognize it. It said it looked like him. I saw him when he walked in handcuffs and a white t-shirt. That's when I knew it was my son.
But when you saw the picture of him during police headquarters?
On the news, when I saw it, it looked like it. I wasn't for sure if that was him.
You weren't for sure that
No,
that
ma'am.
was your son?
No.
Okay. And what about his car? His Mitsubishi. This is a car that your name is on, right?
Right.
Uh-huh. And that...
Yeah, I recognized the car.
And so you recognize the car, the one right after he had shot Detective Marconi. He drives through the traffic arms to the police department parking lot, and they showed that picture of the car on TV. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And when you saw that on Sunday, you recognized that to be his car, your son Otis McKane's car? Is that
Mom, I was like, I still was in the dark, was unsure.
But you
at
just
the
told
time.
us, you just told us you recognized the car.
Recognized the car.
Right, as his car. Is that how you recognize it? This is the car that your name's on.
Yeah, this is the car my name on it, but I don't know nothing about no rims. Never seen about rims. I never know he had no rims on this car.
But you recognize the car, and when you recognize the car, did you call your son?
I called him. I said, that looked like your car.
And what did he tell you?
He said, that's not his car.
He said it's not his car? Was he telling you the truth?
I don't know. He said it wasn't his car, and I was like, well, I don't know.
And do you remember, now you've testified before, right, in another hearing?
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember that you asked the defendant that day when you talked to him whether or not he had lent his car to anyone that day? Because you had seen it, and you said, hey, did you lend your car to anyone? That day, that Sunday, November 20th, 2016.
And he said no.
And he said no, that he
Right.
didn't, right? Okay. And so did you, after he told you it wasn't his car, was that the end of it?
No, because I was still puzzled. I was still puzzled. I still was puzzled about that was his car.
And are you getting calls from other family members about...
They just saying it looked like him, it looked like his car. They wasn't saying nothing definite. It's just assumptions.
And then he... did you know that he went to the Econo Lodge Motel that night?
No.
To spend the night, that Sunday night?
I don't know. I talked to him, but I don't know where he was at.
Okay, so you talked to him, but he didn't tell you that he was at the Econo Lodge?
No.
Did he tell you that several hours earlier that he had left the car about, 3/4 of a mile or so from his house and just left it there?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And that would be something unusual. Would you agree
Yeah,
with
but
me?
no. But he didn't tell me that.
He didn't tell you that?
No, no.
And so, did he tell you that he was getting married to Christian Fields?
When we talked, he said he was thinking about getting married.
And when was that? On Sunday?
Yeah.
Is that the first time you had heard about him getting married to Christian Fields? Was Sunday evening, November 20th of 2016?
That was the first time.
Okay. And did you think that was unusual? That
I did. I thought about that. I was like, why is he getting married? It crossed my mind.
And had you met Christian Fields?
Yes, I have.
And how many times had you met her or seen her?
About 2 or 3 times. About 3 times.
About 2 or 3 times?
About three times. Went to our house a couple of times. She came up to my daughter's house about 3 or 4 times. And I met her daughter. Played with her daughter.
But it surprised you, though, that they were getting married that next day.
It surprised, yes.
And you talk to your son regularly, is that right?
Not every day, but sometimes I'll talk to him. Call and ask him how he's going and everything like that.
But since he's been in custody, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, after the jury verdict, you talked to him about the assault on the police officer. Do you remember, on the deputy? Do you remember that?
I remember him calling me.
Do you remember talking about it?
I remember it, yes.
Yeah. Do you remember that he was not truthful with you when he said he was beaten up by 8 deputies? Do you remember him telling you that?
I remember him telling me that.
And do you know that's not true?
I don't know. I don't know if
The
that's true or
question
not.
about whether someone is truthful or not, it's not.
I don't know. I can't say.
Hold on a minute, hold on. No, don't respond while we're dealing with the legal stuff, okay? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that?
Sorry, that whether someone else is telling you the truth or not, it lacks personal knowledge, it's speculation, and it's improper to ask one person whether another person is being truthful because it's a late opinion testimony.
I'll sustain.
And in fact, the conversations you had with them about the you talked to him after the jury found him guilty of capital murder. Is that right, Ms. McKane? Okay. And you in court apologized to the Marconi family, yet the same day he was found guilty, he's telling you that he's innocent of this charge. Isn't that true? I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. So he's still proclaiming his innocence to you on these jail calls, even after the jury has found him guilty. Is that true?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. All right, defense, call your next witness.
The defense calls Jeremiah McKane.
Yes. You can have a seat. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can lower your, you can remove your defense. Yes.
Okay.
Just introduce yourself to the jury. Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Hi everyone. My name is Jeremiah Tyrese McKane, and I'm 13 years old.
Can you spell your first name for us?
JERMIAHMCKANE.
Defense?
Jeremiah, hello, are you in school?
Yes, sir.
And are you in middle school?
Yes, sir.
And that's here in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
And who do you live with?
My mother.
And your mother is?
Sandy McCain.
Okay. And you live over here on the east side, right?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
13 years old.
What are you to Otis McKane here to my right?
I'm his little brother.
And did you grow up around Otis?
Yes, sir.
And what things did you do with your older brother around the house or after hours or whatever?
Well, when we were inside the house, we played video games. When we were outside the house, he taught me how to play sports. He taught me how to ride bikes, little stuff like that. And he taught me how to, well, basically everything. Okay.
Is your father around generally?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He comes around.
But Otis was always around for you?
Yeah, he was always like the third guardian. You know, make sure you're alright. He's there for you all the time. Make sure you're okay.
When you say you played video games with him, what kind of video games?
Well, we got games like Madden, 2K, Call of Duty, anything that was like popular at that time.
Now, are you into sports?
Yes, sir.
In middle school, do they have organized sports like basketball, football, or anything like that?
Well, the school that I go to, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get into sports this year. Last year I couldn't because of COVID, you know.
And what sports do you like?
Basketball and football, mainly. Those two.
And did you ever, around the neighborhood, go and play basketball with Otis one-on-one or to have games, pickup games?
Yes, sir.
Is that a lot or a few times?
A lot. Every time I used to go around him, every time we used to go outside, we used to just go to the park and play basketball.
And you have natural abilities generally, but the skill set, how to guard, how to do different things. Who did you learn that from?
Otis taught me most of it, how to post up, how to shoot, how to make sure your form is straight and all that.
And about football, do you ever throw footballs? Did you ever throw footballs around with him?
Yeah, we used to play catch. I'm mainly a wide receiver, so that's a big thing. So catching is a big part of being a wide receiver.
So you would run out for a pass and Otis would be the quarterback and throw you the ball?
Yes, sir. Like routes. We used to do routes like 5 and in, post routes, straight out, stuff like that.
So in middle school though, like the terminology you're using in football, 5 outs and like, that's not around in middle school football, is it?
What?
Or is it like?
Can you repeat that?
Is that terminology being taught in middle school by coaches, or are you learning that from Otis?
Well, coaches teach you that when you go to middle school, but before I was in middle school, he taught me that. So basically, when I got to middle school, I already knew everything about the basics of football and basketball.
Okay. And in middle school, you didn't play last year. Did you play the year before?
6th grade? I don't think they allowed us to play in 6th grade. I don't think you're allowed to play sports in 6th grade.
Okay. Now, with regards to school and getting good grades and the like, do you get direction from Otis on that?
Yes, sir. He's always like I said, he's the third guardian. He's making sure he was always there. He's making sure I was okay.
And what generally has he taught you about as far as how you should do in school?
He taught me to pay attention. Don't get into the wrong things. Don't go to the other side, because there's basically always like two sides. There's the side that doesn't want to do as good, but the side that wants to stay on the right path. And he always told me to stay on the right path.
And just generally, you need to be specific, but are your grades generally good?
Yes, sir. Well, in elementary, I was all A. I was an all A student, and when I got to middle school, I basically went to like C's, and because that's when I started to stop paying attention, because the situation with this kind of threw me off.
And you say the situation is with Otis's arrest.
Yes, sir.
And we know, because we've seen it in some of the video calls at the jail, and you were a lot smaller back then, but you've been visiting Otis this last 4 or 5 years, right?
Yes, sir.
And you try and visit him as much as you can with your mom or your sisters?
Yes, sir.
And what does he tell you about, let's say, science? I think for a while there you were doing badly in science.
Yeah, he told me to just...
I'm going to object to hearsay.
All right, so I'll sustain that one. You can ask the next question.
How does, don't tell me what he tells you. Tell me, how does Otis want you to do in science, for example?
How does he want me to do? He wants me to he wants me to pay attention, become stay all A's, be on the right track. He basically tells me to do everything that he didn't do, stay on the right path.
He's telling you not to do the things that he did.
Yes, sir. Meaning get all A's.
Without telling me what he tells you, what do you think about getting into trouble and Otis's desires for you?
To not get in trouble?
Yes.
To just try to stay with everyone that's positive and telling you to be good. So that's why I hang around my sisters and my mom, because they're positive. And well, I try to stay around my family because they're the most positive thing I see in the community of everything. So I try to stay around my family because they're positive and it tells me to stay around the most positive people. So.
And are there negative influences around your neighborhood and at school?
Oh yeah, of course. There's negative influences everywhere. So you go around there, you're gonna see that. But just stay. As long as you stay with the positive people, they're gonna keep you on the right track.
And so, would you say that, with regards to the kind of grades you need to have to get into sports, let's say in high school or college, what are Otis's desires for you in order to be able to play organized sports up and into college?
Well, yeah, it tells me a C isn't that good. Nobody would want a C, but he says it's okay. But A's and B's are the things that you want to strive for, keep striving for.
Are you familiar with what Division I is?
No, sir.
Okay. Does Otis wish for you to succeed in sports and academics?
Oh, no, you mean by D1, right?
Yeah, D1.
Oh, yeah. I'm familiar with that.
And what is that?
It's basically starter. You being the best of the best. Starter.
And so you said earlier that Otis's desires kind of are don't do the things he did.
Yeah, stay on the right path. All A's. He wants me to strive for my goals, basically.
And don't end up like him.
Yeah, don't get distracted by any of these bad influences out there.
Do you love your brother?
Yes, I love him with everything I got. He's one of the main things that keeps you going.
Do you want to continue learning from him?
Yes, sir.
The good things.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. You can go. Go through the door. Break for the day. Remember the instructions I gave you, they'll apply to the end of the trial. We anticipate tomorrow starting at 9 o'clock till the end of the day. I do believe that you will have this case for you to begin your deliberations Friday morning. All right, so we'll see you tomorrow at 9.
All right, for the jury. You may be seated. Judge, may I reapproach?
We're going to be on the record.